Welcome back, my family. Before we dive into tonight's creepy little journey, make sure to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and share this with someone who loves a good scare before bed. I would love to know where you are watching from and what time it is for you right now. So drop it down in the comments and hype me up a little on YouTube. Now, get comfortable, dim the lights, and let us step into tonight's story.
I am not writing this for the police. I am writing this for anyone who thinks kids can't be evil and who never checks the first bite of their food. If you are listening to this at 2 a.m. with your phone 6 inches from your face and the rest of your house dead quiet, then you are exactly the kind of person I am talking to. You probably think you know what danger looks like. A dark figure in a parking lot. A truck following you too long on the highway. Maybe some story on the news about a break-in 3 states away. You do not expect it to look like a 10-year-old girl with a pink hair tie and honor roll stickers on her bedroom door. Back then, I was 16, broke, and stupid enough to believe that babysitting in a quiet Tennessee suburb was the safest way to make extra cash. The street they lived on ended in one of those perfect cul-de-sacs, 3 neat houses, the same model SUV in every driveway, a single street lamp buzzing over a circle of asphalt. Their mom told my mom they were well-behaved, just a little high energy. Their dad joked that the alarm system was overkill for a place where the wildest thing you see is a raccoon. They left out a few details, like the fact that their last babysitter moved away right after an ambulance showed up on that street. Like the handwritten list taped to their fridge titled "Babysitter Rules" that I definitely wasn't supposed to see. Like the way both kids would go completely still whenever the house dropped into that mechanical silence, the AC cutting off the fridge compressor, stopping the distant highway noise fading, and just listen. I know how this sounds. It sounds like some creepypasta about evil children written to scare teenagers. I used to think those stories were ridiculous, until the night I watched 2 kids calmly, patiently stir broken glass into my food while smiling at me like we were playing a board game. You do not have to believe me. You can tell yourself this is just a story on a horror channel background noise while you scroll. But before you decide I am exaggerating, do me one favor. Think about how many times in your life you have taken the first bite of your dinner without ever really looking at what was on your plate. 1.1 The suburban summer and my side hustle. I am not using my real name here, and I am not putting the town either. If you have this playing in the background while you scroll or fold laundry or drive home from a late shift, you can just call me Mark and picture any suburb you want. You would not be far off. Right now, I am somewhere between 25 and 30, sitting in a small apartment with a fridge that hums too loud and an air conditioner that kicks on like a jet engine every 20 minutes. I am typing this like an email because that is what it is. I am sending it to a horror channel, not to the police, not to a therapist, not to anybody who can do anything about it. To explain why I still cannot walk down certain streets at night without checking every window I have, to go back to one very boring summer in one very boring slice of America. It was the summer of 2012 and I was 16. I lived with my mom in a neighborhood just south of Nashville, the kind of place that people describe as nice because nothing ever seems to happen there. Our exit off I-65 was the one with the cluster of fast food logos on the blue sign, a Home Depot, a car wash, and a Walmart supercenter. You could see from the highway if you craned your neck. If you drove a few minutes east from our apartment, you would pass the Starbucks drive-thru where the line of SUVs wrapped around the building every weekday morning, windows cracked just enough to shout mobile order names. Past that, there was a strip mall with a vape shop, a nail salon, a place that sold nothing but phone cases, and a Dollar Tree with a busted automatic door that always stuck halfway. Behind all of that, like an afterthought, were the subdivision's 2-story vinyl siding homes, fake shutters, identical mailboxes standing in neat rows like soldiers. Most days of that summer sounded the same. In the morning, if you opened our balcony door, you could hear the distant rush of interstate traffic, like a constant low wind mixed with birds in the skinny trees between the parking lots. In the afternoon, you got the whine of lawnmowers, the thump of basketballs on someone's driveway, the occasional bark of a dog left outside too long. At dusk, the sodium streetlights blinked on one by one, turning everything the same tired orange, and the cicadas started their high electric buzzing from the trees. To me, it felt safe in the way only boring can feel safe. I was at that age where you are old enough to be desperate for money, but too young for anyone to trust you with a real job. I wanted stupid things. A new pair of headphones, games that were not on sale, fast food that was not the dollar menu, a phone that did not lag every time I opened Instagram. My mom worked as a bookkeeper for a dentist over on Nolansville Pike, and the only reason we were getting by at all was because she could balance numbers better than she could balance sleep. The first time she mentioned babysitting, we were in our apartment kitchen. The AC in our building made this rattling metal noise through the vents, and the fridge compressor clicked on and off with a little shudder you could feel if you leaned against the counter. She was rinsing out a plastic container from her lunch, still in her work polo, the name of the dental practice stitched over her heart in teal thread. You could watch kids, she said, like she was tossing out the most casual idea in the world. A lot of patients ask if I know anyone. They pay pretty well, better than $8 an hour at some burger place, and you would not smell like grease every night. I remember rolling my eyes and saying something like, "Babysitting is for girls." It was a stupid 16-year-old response. She did not even pause. She just turned off the tap, shook the container once, and looked at me. "You want money or you want to be right?" she asked. "Because you cannot afford both." That weekend, she came home from the office with a little stack of sticky notes in her hand. Between the printed recall reminders and insurance codes, she had scribbled names and phone numbers. The Harrisons' 2 kids, Saturdays, Joanna M., single mom, needs date nights. Brad and Melissa, 2 kids, very sweet Saturdays. I still have that image in my head. My mom smoothing the sticky notes out on our small kitchen table. The overhead light buzzing faintly, the cereal boxes lined up on the counter behind her. The sound of the dentist's office still seemed to cling to her high-pitched whir of drills, the suction tube slurping water, the machine in the back that made ice for the staff clattering every few minutes. She smelled faintly of mint and latex gloves. The first few gigs were exactly what you would expect. At one house, the TV in the living room was permanently stuck on Cartoon Network. The kids there were 2 brothers who had perfected the art of ignoring any adult who was not their mother. They built elaborate pillow forts, jumped off the arm of the sofa onto beanbags, and left a trail of goldfish crackers on the carpet wherever they went. The worst thing they did to me was yell over each other and spill apple juice in the kitchen. The house smelled like microwave popcorn and laundry detergent, and their dad drove me home at 11 with sports talk radio murmuring on low the whole ride. At another house, an older couple had custody of their granddaughter, and they owned a golden retriever who seemed like he had been around since the Reagan administration. His paws clicked softly on the hardwood, and he followed me from room to room, leaning his whole weight against my legs whenever I stopped. The granddaughter liked to watch Disney movies on DVD sitting cross-legged on a faded rug while the air conditioner hummed through the vents. The kitchen there always smelled like leftover Mexican food onions, cumin, something fried and reheated. They paid me in cash folded carefully into an envelope with my name spelled wrong on the front. Those nights were not exciting, but they were easy. I texted my friends, scrolled my feed, made sure the kids did not set anything on fire. I remember thinking more than once, this is it, people are scared of this. I used to laugh at those horror movie plots where babysitters get stalked by some killer while they are alone in a house. In my experience, the scariest thing in someone else's house after 10 p.m. was the possibility of stepping on a Lego in the dark. If there were weird sounds, I blamed the house. Every house had its own little noises, the way the AC kicked on with a sigh, the refrigerator shuddering as it made a batch of ice pipes knocking when someone flushed a toilet. You get good at sorting normal from not normal, and back then, in those first few months, everything I heard went into the normal category by default. I did not believe in ghosts. I did not think kids were capable of real malice. I thought the worst thing a kid could do was throw a tantrum lie about brushing their teeth or spill grape juice on a white couch. Looking back, I almost miss being that naive. One Thursday evening, near the end of June, my mom picked me up from one of those routine jobs and drove straight to the dental office instead of home. The sun was low, turning the whole strip of Nolensville Pike into a line of red brake lights and glare. We pulled into the small parking lot in front of the practice. The building was one of those single-story brick boxes squeezed between a dry cleaner and a deserted video rental place that still had a half-peeled "Now" with Blu-ray sign in the window. Inside, the cool air hit me with that familiar mix of scents, disinfectant fluoride, and coffee that had been sitting on a warmer plate for too long. The front desk computer hummed softly. The ice machine in the staff break room clanked and rattled somewhere behind the wall. Through the thin drywall, I could just hear the faint whine of a drill and the rhythmic hiss of the suction tube as someone got a filling fixed in one of the operatories. Mom sat down at the reception desk, woke the computer from sleep, and opened her email. The only other sound was the occasional car swishing by outside on Nolensville tires on hot pavement. "They really like you," she said after a minute scrolling. "The Harrisons said you handled their boys better than their last sitter." I shrugged, leaning on the counter. "I just kept the TV on and made sure nobody died." She smiled, but her eyes were still on the screen. "Joanna asked if you can do next Friday," she went on, and she clicked something, then turned the monitor slightly so I could see. "Brad and Melissa wrote me a note." The name did not ring a bell yet. On the screen was a short email. "Hi Karen, this is Melissa from earlier today. Thank you again for fitting us in last minute. I mentioned we're looking for someone reliable to watch Lily 10 and Evan 8 on Saturday nights. You said your son might be interested. We'd love to meet him. We live right off Old Hickory near I-65. Quiet street, good kids, we're pretty low maintenance. Let me know if he's available." Mom looked up at me. "They're really nice," she said. "She's been coming here for years. Always pays on time, always polite. And they go out basically every Saturday night because of her husband's work stuff. This could be steady money for you." I watched the blinking cursor at the end of Melissa's email. In the background, a hygienist walked by her sneakers squeaking faintly on the polished floor, the latex of her gloves snapping as she pulled them off. Somewhere in the back, the ice machine dumped another load into its bin with a dull roar that filled the quiet, and then faded. A quiet street, good kids, pretty low maintenance. It sounded perfect. I did not know yet that their street would be the last place I ever wanted to hear a child laugh. 1.2 First drive to the cul-de-sac. The first time I saw their street, it was one of those Tennessee evenings where the heat finally lets go a little, but the air is still thick enough that the sky looks smeared instead of clear. Mom and I left Nolensville Pike right at the tail end of rush hour. The sun was low, hanging orange over the strip malls, and fast food signs turning every windshield into a mirror. The car was filled with that end-of-day smell, her coffee cup my deodorant, the faint tang of the AC struggling against outside. We took the exit for Old Hickory and followed it past the busier parts gas stations with flickering price signs, A church marquee with changeable letters crooked from the last sermon, a used car lot, where the inflatable tube man had half deflated and just slumped there, twitching in the breeze. Then we turned off onto a smaller road I had never really noticed before, the kind that disappears between trees so fast you could miss the sign. The farther we drove, the more the world narrowed. The painted lines on the asphalt went from bright white to faded gray. The streetlights thinned out, each one casting a lonely little circle of light on the road pools of yellow with darkness in between. Houses appeared on either side, set back from the street, with small yards, swing sets, plastic kiddie pools, a couple of those above-ground trampolines with sagging safety nets. I remember rolling my window down a few inches. The sound of the interstate faded behind us, replaced by smaller, closer noises. A lawnmower still droned somewhere to our right, the buzz rising and falling as the person pushing it turned at the end of each strip of grass. A dog barked 2 yards in a row, that sharp, repetitive warning bark that always sounds a little panicked. Somewhere behind a fence, kids screamed with the particular joy that only comes from a sprinkler and the knowledge that bedtime is still far away. Then we turned again, and all of that started to die out. Their street was a short cul-de-sac tucked at the back of the subdivision, the kind of place you only drive down on purpose. The houses here were closer together, but tidier, all the grass cut to the same length, all the trash cans pulled back from the curb, all the mailboxes still straight. There was only one street light toward the end, buzzing faintly, making a cone of light over the circle of asphalt, where cars could turn around. We rolled slowly toward the end tires, whispering on the pavement. The farther in we went, the quieter it got. The lawnmower was gone now. The kids' voices from the other yards were just a thin echo swallowed by siding and shut windows. Somewhere behind us, back toward the main road, a siren wailed and then turned away, getting smaller and smaller, until it was just another thread in the background noise. That one, Mom said, tapping the steering wheel with one finger. Brad and Melissa's house was on the right side of the circle, facing the streetlight. It was a 2-story box with gray vinyl siding and white trim, a standard-issue suburban home, if there ever was one. But it looked a little more sharp than the others. The grass in the front yard was cut shorter, edged clean where it met the driveway. The bushes by the porch were trimmed almost perfectly round, not a stray branch in sight. There was a minivan parked in the driveway, pale blue, hugging the edge, so another car could still pull up. The porch light was already on, even though there was still some daylight casting a warm yellow rectangle over the small cement stoop. Moths flickered clumsily around the bulb, bumping into the white siding with soft, dry taps. For some reason, that stuck with me, the porch light being on before it was fully dark, like the house was in a hurry to close itself off from the night. My mom killed the engine and the car's AC died with a sigh. For a second, the sudden quiet let in everything from outside. I could hear the faint whir of someone's central air unit on the side of a nearby house, the distant rumble of a truck back on Old Hickory, and from somewhere down the block, kids giving one last defiant shout before someone's parent called them inside. "Okay," Mom said, smoothing her hands over her scrub pants like that would iron the wrinkles out. "Just be polite. Listen. Don't joke too much. They're trusting you with their kids." I know, I said, swallowing. "I'm not an idiot." "I know you're not," she replied. "That's why I told her you were good." We walked up the driveway together. The concrete still held some of the day's heat. The minivan ticked and creaked beside us as its engine cooled. When we stepped onto the porch, the little motion sensor by the door beeped, and somewhere inside the house I heard a matching electronic chirp. Then the door swung open. Brad looked exactly like every school friend's dad I had ever met. Late 30s or early 40s, polo shirt tucked into khaki shorts, a hint of a sunburn starting at the collar, short hair, that was just beginning to go gray at the temples. If you told me he sold insurance or did something in middle management, I would have believed it without hesitation. "Hey, you must be Mark," he said, sticking his hand out. His grip was firm, but not aggressive. "I'm Brad. Come on in. Shoes are fine. No need to take them off." As we stepped over the threshold, the door sensor beeped again. Slightly louder from the wall to our right, another device responded with that same triple beep you hear from home security systems when a door opens. "Sorry about the noise," Brad said, glancing at the keypad mounted next to the entrance to the garage. "The system chirps every time the door opens. Melissa likes knowing when the kids try to sneak out to the garage for popsicles. The AC inside the house washed over me like a wave cooler and drier than outside. There was the low, constant whir of the unit pushing air through the vents, and over it the soft cycle of the refrigerator ticking and humming. Somewhere deeper in the house, I heard the familiar clack of ice dropping into a built-in freezer bin. The layout revealed itself as we moved a few steps in. The front door opened into a small entry area. Straight ahead, a short hallway led toward the back of the house. To the left was a living room with a big flat-screen TV mounted on the wall, some sports channel playing on mute couches, arranged around a dark wood coffee table that held a few magazines and a basket of neatly stacked remotes. The window in that room faced the street, and from that angle you could see the street light and the empty circle of the cul-de-sac. Brad stepped aside to let us pass. "If you want to just come in the kitchen, Melissa's going over the schedule," he said. She made a whole chart, of course. We followed him down the hallway. The floor under our feet changed from the soft guve of carpet to the solid, faintly cool feel of laminate. On the right, there was a doorway into what looked like a small office. On the left, stairs rose up in a straight line carpeted in beige, leading to a shadowy second floor. At the bottom of the staircase, half-hidden, two small shapes stood together. It took me a second to realize it was the kids. The girl was slightly taller, with light hair pulled back into a ponytail with a pink hair tie. She wore a t-shirt with some glittery slogan on it and held a doll against her chest, its plastic face pressed to her shoulder. The boy beside her had darker hair glasses with black frames and a green t-shirt with a dinosaur on it. He hugged a plastic T-Rex to his own chest, one thumb hooked under its jaw. Both of them were very, very still. "Guys," Brad said, his tone slipping into that bright, slightly strained cheerfulness all parents seem to have. "This is Mark. He's gonna hang out with you Saturday nights, so Mom and Dad can go be boring adults." The girl's eyes flicked from Brad to me and back, but she did not move otherwise. The boy blinked slowly. They were not smiling, not frowning, just watching. Their eyes tracked every gesture, every step we took down the hall. Lily, Evan, Brad added, "Say hi." "Hi," they said in unison, but so quietly that it was almost like an echo of a real greeting, not the thing itself. We turned right into the kitchen, and everything opened up. The house went from narrow hallway to an open concept space all at once, kitchen on the left, with an island in the center, stainless steel fridge against the far wall cabinets in a pale wood. And beyond that, a sliding glass door with vertical blinds mostly closed, showing only slivers of a wooden deck and a strip of darkening backyard. The ice maker in the fridge chose that moment to dump another load, the pieces rattling down into the plastic drawer with a hollow clack-clack. The sound felt louder than it should in the otherwise soft hum of the house. Melissa was there, moving back and forth between the counter and the fridge, her phone on speaker, beside a printed sheet of paper taped to the freezer door. She had on jeans and a loose blouse. Her hair twisted up with a clip, a pair of earrings catching the porch light through the glass door as she turned. "There you are," she said, smiling wide when she saw us. Her voice had that upbeat, slightly rushed tone of someone who had been in motion all day, and was trying to compress the night into a checklist. "Hi Mark, I'm Melissa. Thank you for doing this. We really appreciate it." She wiped her hands on a dish towel and came over to shake my hand, then pointed almost immediately to the paper on the freezer. "Okay, so this is their evening schedule," she said. "Don't let it scare you. It's more for me than for you, honestly. I like having it written down." It was a full page. Block letters, highlighted times, little notes in the margin. 6:30, dinner pizza or chicken nuggets, fruit water or milk, 7:00. Free play TV, no horror, no YouTube, 7:45. Start showers, Evan first. Then Lily, 8:15. Snacks, quiet time, reading drawn, 9:00. Teeth, bathroom, bed, Lily first. Then Evan, allergy meds on counter. Evan, only tiny white pill with water. She ran through it like she had done this a dozen times before. The whole time, the house chorus continued around us, the occasional beep from the alarm when someone opened the garage door, the soft rush of the AC kicking on from a vent in the ceiling, the ice maker resetting itself with a little electric whir. Somewhere at the front of the house, the muted sports channel changed to a commercial, the distant roar of a crowd replaced by over-enthusiastic announcers. "Their rooms are upstairs," Melissa added, nodding toward the stairway. "Bathrooms between them. Our bedroom is at the end of the hall, you won't need to go in there. There's a baby monitor we still use sometimes. It's on the counter over there if you want to keep an ear out after they're in bed." She moved as she spoke, opening a cabinet to show me where the plates were, then the drawer with silverware, the pantry with snacks. When she opened the fridge, the interior light came on with a faint click, showing rows of labeled containers and drinks lined up like soldiers on parade. I glanced back toward the hallway at one point and saw Lily and Evan again, still by the stairs. They had not moved closer, but they had not gone away either. Lily's doll was now hanging upside down from her hand by one leg. The boy's dinosaur had its plastic jaws open in a silent roar. "Guys, you can go play," Melissa called. "You're making it weird." They disappeared up the stairs without a word, their footsteps muffled by the carpet. A second later, I heard a faint beep as they opened a door somewhere upstairs, the alarm system registering it automatically. "So," Melissa said, lowering her voice just a fraction as she closed the fridge. "If they give you a hard time..." She tapped the router on the counter next to the baby monitor, where a few small lights blinked steadily green. "Just turn off the Wi-Fi. They hate that more than anything." She smiled like it was a joke, and I laughed like it was a joke, because that is what you do, but something about the way she said it lodged in my mind. She turned to grab her purse from the kitchen table, then hesitated, chewing the inside of her cheek for half a second. "Their last sitter," she started, then seemed to think better of it. "Never mind. You'll be fine." She said it lightly, but the words hung there for a beat longer than they should have. Behind her, the fridge hummed a little louder, and another handful of ice cubes dropped into the bin with a sharp, hollow clatter that made me flinch just a bit. If you have ever had that feeling where you step into someone else's house, and for no obvious reason, you know you are not going to forget it. That was the moment it started for me. 1.3. The first hint something was off. The handoff happened fast, the way it always does when parents are already half in date night mode. Brad checked his watch, then glanced through the sliding door toward the backyard, like he was mentally ticking off lights and locks and whatever else needed to be done before they drove away. Melissa was doing one last orbit of the kitchen, touching everything, like she was trying to anchor it in place. Phone, purse, keys, the schedule on the fridge. "You've got my number and Brad's," she said, tapping the corner of the paper where both were written in neat blue ink, "and the office line for the restaurant just in case. If anything feels off, call. If you're not sure, call. If one of them says they're dying but they're still breathing and walking, probably don't call, just text." She laughed at her own joke, but her eyes flicked briefly toward the ceiling, toward where the kids' rooms were, like she was checking something, only she knew how to check. Brad's phone buzzed in his pocket. He pulled it out, glanced at the screen, and muttered, "We really have to go if we're going to make the reservation." He clapped me lightly on the shoulder as he passed. Last thing he said, voice dipping into that mock-serious tone dads use when they pretend they are more intimidating than they are. "No boys allowed while we're out, okay?" It was automatic. The joke came out of my mouth before I could think better of it. "I'm the boy," I said deadpan. He barked a short laugh. "You know what I mean," he said. "No friends, no parties. If somebody shows up that shouldn't be here, don't try to handle it yourself. Hit the panic button." He nodded at the alarm keypad by the garage door. "Cops will be here before you can hang up on 911. It was half a joke and half not. I smiled anyway, because what else was I supposed to do? "No problem," I said. "I'll keep it boring." Melissa checked the schedule one more time, then pointed at the counter next to the stove. "Allergy meds are there," she said. "The tiny white pill only for Evan with water. Lily is going to tell you she wants one because it's not fair. Don't let her. She doesn't need it." She took a breath, then exhaled slowly, like she was blowing out a candle. "Okay," she said mostly to herself. "We're really going." Kids from upstairs, there was a muffled response, maybe a, "Yeah," maybe just the sound of feet thumping on carpet. "We'll be back by 11 at the latest," Melissa said to me. "If we're running late, I'll text." Brad opened the door to the garage. The alarm chirped 3 quick high beeps from the keypad on the wall. The sound echoed faintly off the drywall of the garage and bounced back into the kitchen. A second later, I heard the minivan doors open, then slam shut, the muffled thunk of them through the wall. The garage door opener whined to life, a mechanical groan that vibrated through the floorboards. The door rattled upward, then the engine turned over with a familiar low rumble. Some country song came on the radio steel guitar, a man's voice singing about back roads and heartbreak, and then the sound got smaller as the van rolled down the driveway. The alarm chirped once more when the door from the garage swung closed. Then, as Brad hit the button to lower the overhead door, the motor whined again, the metal panels thudded into place, and with a final scrape and clunk, the connection to the outside sealed shut. And just like that, the house was mine. For a moment, everything settled into what I thought of as the first quiet. The TV in the living room was on-tuned to ESPN, but the sound was off. On the screen, some pre-game show blared color and motion hosts in suits moving their mouths, graphics sliding on and off, but from where I stood in the kitchen, it was just flicker. The AC blew gently from a vent overhead, a constant low whoosh that pressed cool air against my arms. The refrigerator to my left cycled up with a soft grind as the compressor kicked in, and a few seconds later, another handful of ice fell into the bin in the freezer with that hollow plastic clack that made the cups in the cabinet above it rattle almost imperceptibly. It was not silent. It was just the kind of quiet you only notice when you know you are the only adult in a house now. I turned away from the closed garage door, smoothing my hands on my jeans like I was the one about to head out on a big night, instead of just babysit. When I looked back down the hallway toward the front of the house, Lily and Evan were there again. They stood dead center in the hall, not on the first stair anymore, but on the laminate about halfway between the stairs and the front door. It was like they had drifted there without making a sound. No stomping, no bickering, no in-between kid noise. Just there. Same positions as before. Lily slightly in front, doll dangling from one hand. Evan a little behind, fists around his plastic dinosaur. The TV's glow from the living room brushed their faces, giving their eyes a reflective sheen. For a second, we just looked at each other, This is the part in a normal evening where kids usually start rapid-firing questions. Can we watch a movie? What's for dinner? Do you have games on your phone or disappear upstairs without a word? But they just waited. Hey guys, I said, walking toward them, slowly, trying to sound casual. You ready for me to ruin your evening with rules and vegetables? Lily blinked once. Her expression did not change. Do you know, she asked, and her voice was very soft, like she was afraid of someone overhearing, that nobody hears you if you scream out here? I stopped. It was not the kind of question I was prepared for. What I asked, half laughing, because that felt like the only way to react. In this street, she went on like she was explaining state capitals or something from a homework sheet. If you scream in the middle of the circle, if you scream really loud, nobody calls, nobody comes out. We tried. Evan spoke up for the first time, repeating her words almost exactly like a line he had memorized. Nobody hears you if you scream out here, he said. There was a faint, pleased tilt to his mouth, like he was proud of saying it correctly. A thin chill ran up the back of my neck. It was probably nothing. It had to be nothing. Kids say weird stuff. They test words out. They mash up things they saw on TV and things they heard at school. Even as that rational voice fired off in my brain, though another voice, the quieter animal one, was replaying her phrasing. Not nobody lives close, or it's quiet here. Not nobody notices. The way she said we tried stuck a sliver in? I cleared my throat, forcing a grin. Well, that's creepy, I said lightly. Pretty sure your neighbors would care. And half of them probably have Ring doorbells pointed straight at you. This is still America. You yell, somebody's gonna pull out their phone. The reference did not land. Lily just looked at me with that steady, measuring gaze. Evan stroked the back of his dinosaur's head with one thumb, eyes flicking toward the front window, like he was picturing the empty circle of asphalt outside. Anyway, I added quickly, clapping my hands once. The sound bounced off the tile and cabinets in a way that suddenly felt too loud. Who's hungry? They let me herd them toward the kitchen, but it felt less like I was leading and more like they had decided they were done standing there. I went through the motions after that, trying to shake off the weirdness. I checked the fridge again, pretending to memorize where everything was, even though my brain had already built a little map. Pizza on the middle shelf, fruit in the bottom drawer, milk on the door with a neatly written expiration date on the cap. The ice maker hummed quietly to itself, then dropped more cubes, the sound sharp in the open plan space. I walked over to the sliding door and pushed a slat of the vertical blinds aside to peek out. The deck out back was a simple rectangle of wood. Beyond it, a small rectangle of yard, fenced with the same 6-foot privacy fence every other house on the block had. No neighbors outside, no kids bouncing on trampolines. Just the back of another vinyl-sided house beyond the fence, its own windows dark. When I turned back, Lily and Evan were at the kitchen table, sitting in 2 of the 4 chairs facing me, like this was some kind of job interview. Their hands were on the table, their toys in their laps. Still no TV, no bickering, no, can we have soda? Just silence. Okay, I said. So your mom said pizza is okay. They nodded in unison. I moved to the freezer, tugged the door open, and reached for one of the cardboard boxes on the top shelf. As I did, my eyes slid over the sheet of paper taped to the fridge door again, the neat, adult handwriting of the schedule. Right next to it, just below eye level, was another piece of paper I had not noticed before. It was slightly crooked, stuck on with a single strip of cheap, cloudy tape. The paper itself was lined notebook stock, torn messily from a spiral, so the edges were fringed with little half-moons of paper that hadn't quite let go. The writing on it was nothing like Melissa's tidy print. This was thick, uneven, done with a marker that had bled a little into the fibers. At the top, in bubble letters filled in too hard, it said babysitter rules underneath 3 lines each, with a number pressed into the page, like the kid holding the marker had been trying to carve the words instead of just draw them. Don't go in the attic. Don't open the closet at the end of the hall. Finish your food. There were little doodles around the edges, a crooked rectangle with a triangle on top that was probably meant to be a house, a stick figure with a big round head and empty circles for eyes, a scribbly thing with lines coming off of it that might have been a sun or might have been something else entirely. I felt my eyes linger on that 3rd rule longer than I meant to. Finish your food. Melissa hadn't mentioned this sheet. She'd spent 10 minutes walking me through the official schedule, the allergy meds, the baby monitor, the router, and said nothing about babysitter rules. Behind me, one of the kitchen chairs creaked softly. I glanced back. Lily was watching me. Her doll's head bumped against the edge of the table as her fingers tightened around its plastic leg. "Did you guys make this?" I asked, nodding toward the paper, forcing my voice to stay light. She shrugged one shoulder. "They're just rules," she said. "So it's fair." For who I asked, but the oven timer I had just set beeped at that exact moment, a sharp electronic chirp that made all 3 of us flinch. I turned away to deal with the oven, and for the rest of that night I pretended the list on the fridge was just part of the kid mess I was supposed to ignore. But the specific combination of those 3 things, attic closet, and eating every bite, sat in the back of my head like a splinter. I did not know it yet, but that piece of paper was not the house's first warning. It was just the first one I understood enough to feel a little afraid of. 2. Shaktin, the first night alone in their house. The first time it was just me and the kids, the handoff felt strangely anticlimactic. Brad and Melissa did the same routine as before, schedule, review, allergy pill, reminder, jokes about the panic button. Only this time my mom wasn't there. It was just me standing in their kitchen, nodding like I knew exactly what I was doing. "You remember everything?" Melissa asked, slipping her earrings in while she walked past the fridge. "Dinner, showers, bed, the allergy pill, emergency numbers on the sheet." "I got it," I said. "Pizza, showers, pill, bed. Call if someone actually catches on fire." She snorted. "Please don't let anyone catch on fire," she said. "Lily, where are your shoes, Brad? We have to go." Brad came in from the garage, patting his pockets for his keys. "Hey man," he said to me. "Same as last time. No boys, no parties, nobody in the house who doesn't have their name on our mailbox, yeah?" "Got it," I said. "Boring is my specialty." He grinned, clapped me on the shoulder, then leaned toward the stairs. "Kids," he called. "We're leaving." There was the sound of feet thumping on carpet overhead, a door opening. Then Lily and Evan appeared at the top of the staircase, peering down through the banister. They came down slower than I expected, 1 step at a time, like they were counting each one. Melissa kissed each of them on the head, rapid-fire instructions mixed with affection. "Listen to Mark, okay? No fighting, no running in the house, be nice, remember to brush our teeth, don't jump on the beds, no YouTube, we know." Lily interrupted, reciting it like a pledge. "You're not funny," Melissa said, but she smiled. A moment later, the door to the garage opened. The alarm by the door chirped its 3-note warning. Brad and Melissa stepped through. The door shut. The muffled slam of the minivan doors came through the wall, followed by the rumble of the engine starting. A country station faded in a verse about beer and heartbreak, drifting through a second before the garage door motor whined to life. Metal rattled, the door rolled up, the engine revved, then grew quieter as they backed down the driveway. The motor whined again as the door shut behind them, thudding into place with that final hollow sound of separation. The alarm gave one last beep, and then they were gone. For the first time, I was the only adult in the house. I stood in the kitchen for a second, listening to all the not quite quiet sounds, the low, constant whir of the AC pushing cool air through the vents, the soft buzz of the overhead fluorescent light, the fridge compressor shuddering to life like it was clearing its throat. Somewhere toward the front of the house, the muted ESPN pregame show flashed across the TV with no sound, just lips moving and graphics sliding past. "You guys want to watch TV while I get dinner going?" I asked already, half walking toward the living room to grab the remote. Lily and Evan were at the bottom of the stairs, in almost the same positions as when I first met them. Lily's ponytail was tighter tonight, no strands escaping. Evan had on a t-shirt with a different dinosaur, but the same toy in his hands. "Can we watch a scary movie?" Lily asked immediately. "Like a real one. Not like cartoons with a ghost." "Yeah," Evan chimed in. "Something rated R. With blood." He said it in that way kids do when they've found a word they know they're not supposed to, like testing it out, seeing how many times they can use it before an adult reacts. I shook my head, laughing. "Your mom specifically said no horror, no YouTube, nothing R," I said. "So that's a no. We can do a kid's movie, a game, whatever else. But if I put something on where someone gets their head cut off, your mom is going to murder me." Lily's mouth pulled down into a dramatic frown. "That's not fair," she said. "We've seen scary movies before." "Not with me, you haven't," I replied. "Sorry. I'm not losing my job because you want nightmares." Evan made a strangled noise and threw himself onto the living room carpet in front of the TV, limbs flailing like a fish out of water. He shook and twitched, tongue hanging out the side of his mouth. "I'm dying," he groaned. "I'm dying of boredom, rated G boredom. If it had just been him, I would have laughed and moved on." But when I glanced up, Lily was standing in the doorway between the living room and the kitchen, leaning her shoulder against the frame. She wasn't rolling her eyes or whining. She was just watching me, that same steady, careful stare. Evan's performance, his fake convulsions, were background noise to her. Her interest was on me, how I responded, what I would do. "Cartoon or game?" I asked, trying to move things along. "Vote now, or I'm putting on baseball and making you both watch grown men spit for an hour." "Cartoon," Evan muttered, instantly resurrected, pushing himself up to sit cross-legged. "Not baby cartoon. Something good." Lily shrugged, still in the doorway. "Cartoon is fine," she said, "as long as it's not about school." I grabbed the remote, scrolled through their apps, and found something animated and bright enough to keep them occupied, but not so loud that it would drill through my skull. I turned the volume up just enough to hear the dialogue, then glanced at the time on the corner of the TV screen. 6:21 p.m. "Okay," I said. "You get one episode while I make pizza. Then we eat. Then showers. Then more fun, maybe." "Deal." "Fine," Lily said. "Can I have ice cream too?" Evan asked. "Mom says ice cream has calcium, so it's basically medicine." "We'll see," I said. "If you don't set anything on fire between now and then, we'll talk." I headed back to the kitchen, leaving them with their show. The distant, cheerful voices from the TV floated down the hallway, punctuated by sound effects and canned laughter. Behind that faint but constant was the rumble of I-65, like someone whispering nonsense a long way off. The kitchen light was bright and white, throwing sharp-edged shadows of the island and chairs onto the laminate floor. I pulled a frozen pizza from the freezer, the cardboard box cold and slightly damp from condensation. When I slid the plastic-wrapped disc out and set it on the cutting board, the smell was already familiar: cheap tomato sauce and processed cheese, the soft chemical hint of freezer burn. The oven beeped when it hit 425. I slid the pizza in the metal rack, groaning faintly under the weight. Closing the door sent a puff of hot air into my face. While it baked, I moved around the kitchen, checking the locks the way Brad had showed me. Front door deadbolt turned all the way, back slider bar and the track latched down. Garage door locked from the inside, alarm light green on the keypad. I hit the stay button on the alarm panel with one finger. The system chirped again, counting down under its breath before confirming. Red light. Armed. It wasn't that I was afraid this was a cul-de-sac in a nice neighborhood after all, but there was a small, unfamiliar sense of responsibility in my chest. If something went wrong, it would be my fault. My job was to make sure nothing went wrong. The knife they kept in the block on the counter was sharp, the weight of it comfortable in my hand as I sliced a few apples and laid them out on a plate. The sound of the blade hitting the wooden cutting board was crisp, a rhythm that filled the spaces between the hum of the AC and the muted chatter of the TV down the hall. Thunk, thunk, thunk. The oven timer went off with another digital chirp. I pulled the pizza out, the cheese bubbling in little pockets, the crust already browning at the edges. The smell thickened, filling the kitchen, seeping into the hallway. Dinner, I called. Pause it and come eat. Tiny feet slapped on the hallway floor. Evan bounded into the kitchen first, making a beeline for the table, sliding into a chair so fast it scraped a squeal out of the floor. Lily followed more slowly, hands in the pockets of her hoodie, even though it was summer and the house was cool. I grabbed the knife again, set the pizza on the board, and started to cut. The sound of the blade through the crust was different this time, a crackle and a crunch mixed with the solid thunk of wood underneath. Grease glistened along the cut lines, pooling in the tiny valleys the knife made. "Can I get the biggest piece?" Evan asked, practically vibrating in his chair. "You can get the piece you touch first," I said. "That's the rule, no takebacks." He laughed and drummed his fingers on the table. The metal of his spoon clinked against the bowl I'd set out for ice cream later. Lily slid into a chair across from him, resting her forearms on the table. She watched me slice the pizza, eyes tracking each movement, each cut. "Do you like watching people?" she asked suddenly. It threw me. What I said halfway through a slice. "Like when they're not talking," she clarified. "When they don't know you're watching." I shrugged, trying to make a joke of it. "I guess," I said. Not in a creepy way. Why, she tilted her head. "Have you ever watched someone sleep?" she asked. "Like just watched, all night, to see if they move?" Evan snorted. "Lily thinks people are going to start walking in their sleep," he said. "Like zombies." I didn't say that, she snapped back, but her eyes never left my face. I said, "You can't tell what someone is like until you've seen them when they're not awake." I forced a laugh. "That's a weird hobby," I said. "No, I haven't watched anyone sleep all night. I like my own sleep too much." "You're going to have to watch us," she said, "on the monitor, when we're in bed. That's what Mom does." She said it so matter-of-factly that for a second I pictured myself sitting downstairs, staring at a little screen while they breathed in dark rooms upstairs. The thought made the back of my neck prickle. I lifted a slice of pizza onto a plate for each of them, then one for myself. The plate made a soft ceramic scrape as I set it down. I added apple slices to the side, the wet slap of fruit hitting porcelain oddly loud. Evan accepted his plate with a grin, immediately grabbing the slice and taking a huge bite. Sauce smeared the corner of his mouth. His spoon clinked against his bowl as he nudged it with his elbow, impatient for dessert already. Lily took hers with both hands, but didn't eat right away. She just held the plate, looking from the food up to me and back, like she was waiting for something. Evan spoke again, with his mouth full, half a laugh behind the words. "Mark," he said. If someone swallowed glass, do you think they'd scream or just bleed? My hand halfway to my own slice froze. Dude, I said, letting the word drag out, aiming for annoyed older brother instead of startled babysitter. What he chewed, swallowed, wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. Like in movies, he went on. If someone ate glass, do they scream, or does it just cut them inside and they don't know until later? Lily's gaze was back on me, sharp and unblinking. Where did you even hear that? I asked. TikTok. Some gross YouTube thing, TV, he said. It was just a question. I tried to brush it off to put on the sensible hat. In real life, if anyone swallows glass, they go to the hospital, I said. It's not funny. You don't put stuff like that in your mouth. Ever. It's not a game. I didn't say it was a game, he muttered. The spoon in his hand tapped against the ceramic of his bowl, a syncopated little tick-tick-tick that rubbed against my nerves. I told myself they were just kids who spent too much time online repeating things they didn't fully understand to see how much they could get away with. That was all. That had to be all. But that night, with the AC cycling on and off overhead, and the faint whisper of I-65 drifting in through the closed windows, the question hung in the air between us, heavier than it had any right to be. 2.2. The hallway and the attic hatch. By 8:30, the house felt full and heavy in that post-dinner way, warm air, dirty dishes, the lingering smell of pizza and dish soap mixing into something that did not quite qualify as pleasant. We had survived dinner without anyone choking, bleeding, or setting anything on fire. That counted as a win. Evan had gotten his way on the ice cream, but only after eating at least a couple of apple slices. Lily had picked at her food, eating slowly, watching more than talking, but she finished enough that I did not feel guilty about dessert. We did the bathroom routine, Evan in and out of the hall bathroom in a blur of water toothpaste on the counter towel on the floor. Lily took longer, closing the door fully and locking it, the exhaust fan humming behind the wood like a distant plane engine. When she came out, her ponytail was damp around the edges, and there was a faint steam line around the top of the mirror behind her. Okay, I said, standing at the bottom of the stairs when they were both in pajamas. Teeth done, showers done. One more half hour to play in your rooms, then reading or whatever, then bed. Deal, can we play together in my room? Lily asked. We'll be quiet. I don't care where you play, I said. As long as nobody's dangling anyone out a window, it's fine. Just keep it down. Evan made a face. I'm not a baby, he grumbled. I don't get dangled. Good, I said. Then we're already ahead of schedule. They headed up the stairs side by side. The carpet on the steps was that generic beige every rental and mid-priced home seems to have flattened in the middle where feet had worn it down. Their bare soles made soft thumps as they climbed. The light overhead, the one in the little landing halfway up, was a glass dome with a warm yellow bulb inside. It threw a hazy circle onto the wall and ceiling, and right at the top of the stairs, its glow brushed the edge of the attic hatch in the hallway ceiling. It was just a square of drywall, framed in thin white trim with a faint seam around it where dust had settled. Nothing dramatic. Nothing like in a movie where you see a handprint or scratch marks. Just a plain hatch, almost invisible unless you were looking for it. I didn't know why my eyes stuck on it as they reached the top of the stairs, but they did. The idea of what could be above it, insulation wires, maybe old Christmas decorations, flickered across my mind. So did the childish, irrational image of something else standing up there right above where Lily and Evan now turned left into the hallway. Don't worry, Lily called over her shoulder, as if she'd read something on my face. We're just playing with dolls. Not screaming. That sounded weird, I said. Don't say it like that. Just go play. They disappeared into her room, the door left open a few inches. I could hear them talking in low voices as I walked back down the stairs. In the living room, I flipped through channels until I landed on a baseball game. I do not care about baseball in any serious way, but sports on TV have a certain kind of noise that makes a house feel less empty. A persistent murmur, the rise and fall of announcer voices, the occasional roar of a crowd. It all adds up to something that smooths over the cracks in the silence. I left the volume low enough to hear the play-by-play without it echoing. Then I went back to the kitchen, rinsed plates, loaded the dishwasher. The scent of dish soap, fake lemon cut through the grease smell. The sink sprayer hissed when I pressed the trigger water, hitting plates with a hollow drum tone. Behind me, the ice maker in the freezer groaned to life again, grinding and then dropping its little avalanche of cubes into the bin. The plastic-on-plastic clatter made the cabinet doors above jump just perceptibly. I wiped the counter, listening to the house more than to the game. It was all very normal. AC cycling on and off overhead. The faint whine of the refrigerator. The TV's steady drone. Bottom of the fifth 2 outs runner on second. I checked the time on the microwave, 8:32 p.m., then leaned in the doorway between the kitchen and the hall, just enough to see the living room. The TV washed the couches in blue light. The window at the front of the house reflected that glow more than the dark street outside. No headlights passed. The cul-de-sac was quiet. Satisfied enough, I flopped onto the edge of the sofa, remote in hand, and let myself sink a little into the cushions. This was the job I had imagined when my mom first handed me those sticky notes, sitting on a couch in someone else's house, supervising bedtime. The inning rolled on. I half-watched, half-scrolled through my phone. The announcers talked about batting averages and pitch counts. A commercial for some truck with a too-deep voiceover cut in, then back to the field. If you had pressed pause on my life at that moment and asked, "Does anything feel wrong?" I would have said no. Maybe a 1% residue of Lily's earlier question about watching people sleep, and Evan's glass comment still scratching faintly at the back of my mind. But nothing I would have called more than kids being weird. And then the house did something I had never quite noticed a house doing before. Everything stopped at once. It was not dramatic like a power outage. The lights did not flicker. The TV did not cut off. The picture kept moving, the announcer's lips still flapping. The difference was that for a few seconds, every other sound dropped out. The air conditioner, which had been humming steadily from the vent above, clicked off mid-cycle. The fridge compressor wound down into silence so smoothly that I only realized it had been making noise when it wasn't anymore. Outside, the faint hiss of interstate traffic faded to nothing, like someone had slowly turned a dial down. Even the TV seemed thinner. The words still came out, but my ears didn't catch them. It was like I was underwater watching someone speak through glass. In that weird, pressed-in hush, another sound stepped forward. Footsteps. They were above me, not in the kitchen, not on the stairs, but directly over the living room ceiling. Slow, steady, with that unmistakable rhythm of weight shifting from one foot to the other. Not the frantic rush of kids running. Not the light patter of little bare feet. These were heavier, deliberate. One step, a long pause, another step. The sound traveled along the ceiling toward the middle of the house. My eyes went automatically to the spot where the wall met the ceiling, as if I might somehow see through drywall. Of course, there was nothing. Just the same beige paint, the same soft glow of the overhead lamp. But the footsteps kept going, muffled, but clear, so clear that in the total stillness of everything else, I could hear the tiny differences between heel and toe, between that carpeted hallway and the structural beam beneath. Lily, I called, sitting up straighter. Evan, no answer. The footsteps didn't speed up, didn't falter. They moved away from where I imagined Lily's room to be toward the far end of the house, toward where Melissa had said their bedroom was, toward where I knew from memory that the attic hatch sat in the hallway ceiling. Another step. Another. Guys, I called again, louder now. Nothing. The sound stopped. Not faded, stopped. Right where I pictured that hatch being. Right above the center of the hallway. I held my breath without meaning to straining to catch anything else. A whisper, a giggle, the squeak of a door hinge. My own heartbeat thudded in my ears instead, too loud. Then, as if someone flicked a switch back the other way, the house came alive again. The AC kicked back on with a whoosh that seemed abruptly too loud. The fridge coughed and resumed its hum. Outside, a car drove past the mouth of the cul-de-sac tires, hissing over asphalt. The announcer's voice on the TV snapped into focus mid-sentence. Bottom of the seventh, still scoreless here. I realized I was halfway off the couch, leaning forward like a sprinter about to take off. My first thought, the sensible one, was that the kids had just been stomping around upstairs, and I had spooked myself. Houses make noises. Settling, ductwork expanding and contracting, critters in the attic, all of that. Still, I got up. The carpet on the stairs muffled my footsteps as I climbed, but I could feel each board beneath flecks, just slightly old wood, responding to new weight. My hand slid along the railing, the smooth, varnished wood warm from the day. At the top, the hallway stretched out in front of me. The same round yellow ceiling light shone down, making the air feel a little hazy. The attic hatch sat in the middle of the hall, a plain white square set into the ceiling, its edge casting a faint shadow. Lily's room was to the left, door open. Evan's room was to the right, his door mostly closed, but not latched. I walked first to Lily's doorway and leaned in. She and Evan were both on the floor together. Apparently they had moved in here to play. A neat line of dolls stood propped against the foot of the bed, facing a smaller line of plastic dinosaurs. Lily was in the middle of arranging a tiny plastic tea set between them. Evan was making his T-Rex head tilt back and forth, like it was listening intently to whatever invisible conversation she had going. Neither of them looked out of breath. Neither of them were flushed or sweaty. No one was mid-sprint. "You guys okay?" I asked, trying to keep my voice casual. Two pairs of eyes looked up at me almost in unison. "We're fine," Lily said. "We're just playing." "Did you run down the hallway just now?" I pressed. "Like a race or something?" "No," she said. "We've been in here." Evan shook his head, echoing, "We've been in here." I watched them for a second longer than I needed to, but there was nothing there beyond the usual kid weirdness. No smirks, no suppressed laughter, no heavy breathing. "Okay," I said finally. 10 more minutes, then wind down, deal." "Okay," Lily said. I stepped back into the hallway and let my gaze drift upward toward the attic hatch. From this close, I could see that the square wasn't perfectly flush with the surrounding ceiling. One corner, it might have always been that way, I told myself, sat just a fraction of an inch lower than the rest, casting a slightly deeper triangle of shadow. If I squinted, it looked like something had nudged it from above. Not enough to open it, just enough to say I was here. A stupid thought. A house thing. A settling board. Maybe the last person to pull it open hadn't set it back right. I knew all the reasonable explanations. I repeated them silently like multiplication tables as I stood there. Still, for the next few seconds, the sound of those footsteps existed more solidly in my mind than the game on the TV downstairs, more clearly than the announcer's voice or the hum of the AC. Whatever had walked down that hallway had stopped right where I was standing. And somehow, in that little mechanical hush, the house had dropped into it, had managed to be the loudest thing I had ever heard. 2.3. The baby monitor, 9 o'clock, crept up on us faster than I expected. The cartoon in the living room ended with a cheerful song that felt completely out of place in the house now. I checked the time on my phone, 8:56 p.m., and decided to be the responsible adult for once. "All right," I said, standing up and stretching my back. "Show's over. Teeth bathroom, then bed. You can read for a bit after, but the playing part is done." Predictably, Evan groaned and fell sideways on the couch, as if I had just told him we were canceling every holiday for the rest of his life. "5 more minutes," he pleaded. "4 less minutes," I replied. "Let's go." Lily didn't protest. She just slid off the armchair, bare feet touching the carpet without a sound, and headed toward the stairs. Upstairs, the house felt smaller, tighter, the air a little heavier. Maybe it was just the heat rising, or maybe it was my imagination after the footsteps by the attic. The round ceiling light in the hallway hummed softly, casting that same yellow circle, the shadow of the attic hatch, still cutting a neat square into it. Lily's room was on the left. The door was open, the curtains pulled back just enough to show the window that looked straight out over the cul-de-sac. From here you could see the street light and the perfect little loop of asphalt, like a dark coin under glass. She had a nightstand with a small lamp shaped like a star. When I flicked it on, it cast blue-green shapes on the ceiling, a fake galaxy spinning lazily above her bed. "Under the covers," I said. "I'll turn the big light off." She climbed in without argument, pulling the comforter up to her chest, the star-shaped glow painting her face in strange colors. Her doll sat propped on the pillow beside her, its eyes catching the nightlight so they glinted whenever she shifted. "Can I read?" she asked. "If you promise to actually sleep at some point," I said, "and not stay up watching people breathe for science." She didn't smile, but her eyes flicked to mine and then away, like she knew exactly what I was referring to and didn't mind being reminded. I turned off the overhead light. The room shrank to the pool of blue from the star lamp, soft and dim. For a second, the reflection of the streetlight outside blinked in the window like something had moved past it. "Good night," I said, stepping back into the hall. She didn't say it back. Evan's room was directly across. His door was mostly closed, but not latched, just resting in the frame. I pushed it open with my knuckles. If Lily's room was arranged and deliberate, Evan's was chaos. Posters of dinosaurs and cartoon characters competed for space on the walls. Toys were everywhere on shelves on the floor, under the bed, probably in the bed. His nightlight was a plastic T-Rex whose body glowed a faint green from inside, making the whole room look like an aquarium. "Teeth actually brushed?" I asked. He nodded already, half under his blankets, hair sticking up in messy peaks, glasses off and on the nightstand. "I drank water too," he said, "so I might have to get up later." "Try not to," I said. "You can, but don't make it a whole event." He yawned dramatically. "Can we leave the door a little open?" he asked. "Yeah," I said. "A little." I turned off his main light, leaving only the dinosaur glow. The T-Rex's hollow plastic eyes stared at me as I backed into the hallway. I left his door exactly the way Melissa had described earlier that evening, open a hand's width, not more. At the end of the hall, near the attic hatch, my head brushed the warm air pocket that always forms near ceilings. It smelled faintly of dust and the fabric softener they used. I stood there a second, just listening. No running, no whispering, no giggling. Just the low whir of a ceiling fan in Lily's room, the quiet exhale of the AC from a vent nearby, the distant buzz of the streetlight outside. Downstairs, Melissa had left an old baby monitor on the edge of the kitchen counter, a little relic of when the kids had been smaller. It was the style with a small screen and a chunky white plastic frame, not the sleek app-connected kind you see now. The receiver had a short antenna, and the back had a strip of Velcro where someone had once stuck it to something else. "You don't have to use it," she'd said earlier. "But it makes some people feel better." At 9 sharp, with both kids tucked in and doors set, I padded back down the stairs and picked up the monitor. It was lighter than it looked, warm from just being plugged in. I pressed the power button. The little screen flickered, then bloomed into grainy black and white. A second later, the speaker hissed to life with a thin veil of static undercut by other noises, the soft hum of a fan, the barely there whoosh of air, the slow in and out of small lungs. I recognized the layout on the tiny screen as Lily's room. There was the foot of her bed, the outline of her nightstand, the blurred shape of the star-shaped lamp glowing in infrared. The monitor was positioned high up, probably on her dresser, aimed down at an angle that caught most of the bed. I turned the volume on the TV down until the baseball game was a murmur just enough to know it was still there. The announcer's voice slid in and out of my awareness phrases like top of the 8th and 2 on 2 out, floating on the surface. I took the monitor with me to the living room and set it on the coffee table. Then I sat on the couch, leaned back, and tried to let my body relax. This was the easy part. The house in low gear, kids in bed, just me, the TV, and this little plastic window into their rooms. For a while, it was exactly that. The monitor's speaker gave me a low, steady picture and sound. I heard the whisper of Lily's ceiling fan, the faint rustle of her turning over once, maybe twice, the sheets rubbing against each other with a soft shh, a sigh that could have been a yawn or just a deep breath. Every so often, the static would swell and recede, that soft white noise ocean. It was oddly hypnotic. The TV blurred into background color. My eyes moved between the game, my phone, the small gray image of Lily's bed. Time seemed to stretch. A pitcher adjusted his cap. A batter stepped out of the box. Someone hit a foul ball into the stands. The crowd roared and then settled. On the monitor, nothing changed beyond the occasional darker or lighter patch as the camera adjusted. I don't know how long I sat there like that, half zoned out, before the voices started. At first I thought it was the TV, some ad with kids whispering, or a weird audio mixing issue. But the announcer was rambling about statistics in his usual monotone, and over his words, threading through the static of the monitor, I heard something else. "He's still awake," a small voice said. It was so soft I almost missed it. My hand froze halfway to the bowl of chips I'd put on the table. The word awake seemed to land with more weight than the rest. I leaned forward, elbow on my knees, staring at the monitor. Static hissed. The fan whirred. Somewhere in the distance of that tiny audio universe, something creaked. Another voice, just as quiet, answered. "I know," it said. It sounded like Evan. "That's why we can't start yet." The hairs on my arms lifted. Every rational thing in my brain tried to queue up at once. Maybe they had gotten up to whisper at the monitor. Maybe the mic was picking up a TV from another room. Maybe it was a neighbor's baby monitor that had crossed signals somehow. Old models could do that. I remembered pick-up garage door openers and cordless phones. But as those thoughts lined up, a new sound slid through the speaker. The soft, unmistakable rustle of fabric, like someone shifting their weight on a mattress, sheets pulling under knees or hands. I stood up. "Lily," I called, even though I knew she couldn't hear me through the monitor. Evan, no answer from upstairs. Nothing new from the speaker. Just static fan breath. My heart had started to knock against my ribs in that tight, hard way that makes your throat feel smaller. I grabbed the monitor from the table, the plastic warm and humming faintly in my hand, and headed for the stairs. Each step up, I listened for more words, more sounds. There was nothing but the AC and the chatter of the baseball game fading behind me. My own footsteps on the carpeted stairs were louder than I wanted them to be. At the top of the stairs, the hallway light still burned yellow and steady. The attic hatch waited in its square of shadow. Lily's door was open the same crack as before. Evans was still ajar, the green glow of his dinosaur nightlight leaking into the hall. I went to Lily's room first and tapped lightly on the doorframe before stepping in. She was lying on her side, facing away from the door, the blankets pulled up to her shoulders. The star-shaped lamp still cast its slow, drifting shapes on the ceiling. Her doll was under one arm, now half hidden, its plastic hand sticking out of the covers. "Lily," I whispered. She didn't move. Her breathing was slow and even that deep, thick kind that usually means real sleep. If she was faking, she was good at it. I glanced up, looking for the monitor camera. It was on top of her dresser, as I'd remembered, pointed toward the bed. A small red light glowed on the front, indicating it was on. But the angle... The last time I'd checked it earlier, I could have sworn it had been aimed more toward the center of the bed. Now it seemed nudged just a bit toward the door, like someone with small hands had given it a gentle twist to widen its view. I stepped back into the hall and crossed to Evan's room. He was sprawled on his back, one leg kicked free of his blanket. His mouth hung slightly open. A soft snore came out between his lips, punctuated by little whistles from his nose. The dinosaur nightlight painted his face a sickly green, but he looked like every other knocked-out 8-year-old I'd ever seen. "Evan," I said quietly. Nothing. Just that steady, unbothered breathing. The T-Rex by his bed glowed and stared past me at the door. I scanned his room for a second camera, half expecting to see one hidden somewhere, but there was nothing like that. Just the glow toy, the mess of clothes, the posters. I backed into the hallway again, eyes drawn upward one more time to the attic hatch. It hadn't moved. The corner that hung a fraction low looked exactly the same as before. It was only my pulse that had changed. By the time I went back downstairs, the monitor in my hand felt heavier, as if it had absorbed my nerves. In the kitchen, I set it back on the counter and plugged it in, making sure the cable was snug. The screen took a second to warm up, blooming again into fuzzy grayscale. This time, though, what appeared was not Lily's bed. It was the hallway. From somewhere high near the ceiling, the camera now seemed to be looking straight down the upstairs hall. I could see the outline of the round light blown out with brightness in the center of the frame. Beneath it, the rectangular shape of the attic hatch was visible as a slightly darker square. On the far left of the image, Lily's doorframe. On the far right, Evans. For 3 or 4 seconds, I just stood there, staring at that tiny, shifting picture of grainy gray, listening to the monitor's low hiss. My brain tried to draw in details beyond what the pixels would give me, shapes that weren't there, movement that might have just been the camera adjusting exposure. Near the end of the hallway, by what I knew was the closet door, there was a darker smear. It could have been a shadow. It could have been nothing. But as I squinted, it seemed to swell like someone or something, just out of frame, had shifted closer, then back. I leaned over the counter, bringing my face closer to the screen. And then, as if something had been watching me watching it, and decided it had had enough, the view snapped back to Lily's room. No transition, no flicker. Just an instant cut, 1 second hallway. The next, the familiar outline of her bed, her small form under the blanket. The nightstand, the drifting star shapes overhead. "Come on," I muttered, more to myself than to the device. As if on cue, the speaker crackled. For a moment, all I heard was static and fan. Then Lily's voice floated through clear enough that it could have been coming from the next room instead of through cheap plastic. "Good night, Mark," she said. She did not say it like a sleepy kid mumbling out of habit. There was a weight to it, a deliberate clarity. And even though I was staring straight at the monitor image, I could tell she wasn't looking at the camera when she said it. Her head was still turned away, eyes closed, or pretending to be doll tucked under her arm. She had never used my name like that before. Not once all evening. I looked up instinctively toward the ceiling, as if I'd catch someone else standing over me with another monitor watching me react. All that met me was the hum of the fridge, the low murmur of the TV in the living room, and the sense that somewhere in this house the game had already started, and I was the only one who didn't know the rules yet. 3.1. Coming back anyway. I wish I could say I never went back after the night with the footsteps and the baby monitor, that I trusted my gut, told my mom no, and cut my losses. I didn't. Instead, I did the exact thing that people in stories like this always do, the thing you yell at the screen about. I minimized it. I told myself it was just a weird house, weird kids, an overactive imagination, and a cheap baby monitor picking up static. I told myself the money mattered more. Brad and Melissa paid well. Like embarrassingly well for what the job looked like on paper. Cash in an envelope handed over with genuine gratitude. Plus, they wanted me almost every Saturday. Steady income. In a world where I was used to scraping together $10 at a time, that was hard to walk away from. My mom was thrilled. "They really like you," she kept saying. "Do you know how rare it is to find good families like that? Polite, on time, consistent. Don't screw this up." She said it half joking, half deadly serious. The subtext wasn't hard to read. She needed the extra cushion from the referral bonus Melissa insisted on giving her, and I needed the cash. So I went back. The next Saturday, and the one after that, and the one after that. Most of those nights were ordinary. Or as ordinary as a night can be when you're waiting for something you can't name to happen again. There were little things, sure. Lily staring a beat too long at the baby monitor before bed. Evan asking questions that veered into territory no 8-year-old should be interested in. A couple more of those strange, synchronized silences, where the house dropped its background noise for a second or two, and the air felt thick like it was listening. But no footsteps overhead that clear. No distinct whispers about starting anything. Nothing I could point to and hold up as evidence of anything other than kids being kids, and my mind filling in blanks. By the time August rolled around, the edges of my fear had been sanded down by repetition. The house became just another place I spent Saturday nights. I knew which cupboard held the good cereal, how long their oven took to preheat, exactly where the hallway floor creaked when you stepped too close to the wall. The attic hatch still bothered me if I looked at it too long, but most nights I didn't look. It was one of those late August Saturdays, the kind where the heat doesn't ease up even after the sun goes down, that turned into what I think of as the glass night. The air at 8 p.m. was still heavy as a wet blanket when I stepped out of my mom's car at the curb. The cul-de-sac looked like it always did. 3 houses, 3 driveways, 1 streetlight at the center of the circle. Bugs swarmed around that lamp, like it was the only thing keeping the sky from collapsing. Moths, beetles, whatever else comes out in that mix of humidity and light. They threw themselves against the bulb in a constant whispery flutter wings, ticking against the glass. Brad's minivan was already pulled halfway down the driveway, nose pointed toward the street, like it was in a hurry to leave. Inside the house felt colder than usual. The AC was running hard, the vents pushing out air that smelled like Freon and whatever freshener Melissa put in the filter. There was a faint trace of her perfume, too sweet and sharp, floating on top of it. They were dressed nicer that night, Brad in a button-up instead of a polo. Sleeves rolled to his forearms, a watch I hadn't seen before flashing on his wrist. Melissa in a black dress that looked expensive in the way simple things do when they fit exactly right, hair, pinned up with a little more care, lipstick, a little darker. Company thing, Brad explained as he shoved his wallet into his back pocket. Some boring award dinner. Free steak, cheap wine, a lot of pretending to be impressed. It'll be fun, Melissa said, even though she sounded like she didn't quite believe herself. At least we get out of the house. She moved around the kitchen like she was speed-running a checklist. There are mini pizzas in the freezer, she said, yanking open the door and pointing. The strip of tape across the middle of the fridge door caught the light as it flexed. They each get one. Bedtime is 9:30 tonight, not 9. You can let them stay up a little later since we're going to be out later. But lights out by 10, okay? I nodded my eyes, snagging on the tape. It was a strip of wide, clear packing tape running horizontally across the center of the stainless steel door, slightly wrinkled, where someone had smoothed it down too fast. On either side of it, faint spiderweb cracks radiated out in the metal just enough to catch the light at certain angles. That knew I asked before I could stop myself. Melissa glanced over, lips tightening for half a second. Kids slammed it too hard one day, she said. Door bounced back and hit one of them big, seen lots of tears. Brad thought taping it would help reinforce it so it doesn't get worse. She shrugged like it was nothing. It still works. We'll replace it eventually. When she ran her fingers along the tape to press it down, it made that distinctive sticky sound, reep, rip, the noise of adhesive pulling and re-gripping. Anyway, she said, dropping her hand. You remember where everything is. TV rules are the same. No horror, no YouTube roulette, no weird stuff. I could feel a smile twitch at the corner of my mouth at that last part. I'll do my best, I said. Lily and Evan hovered near the archway between the kitchen and the living room, already in pajamas. They looked more put together than usual, hairbrushed faces, clean matching sets instead of random t-shirts. Lily held her doll by the waist, not by the leg this time. Evan had on dinosaur pajama pants, of course. They were quiet, not sullen, not bouncing, just still. You're being suspiciously well-behaved, Brad observed, squinting at them like they were strangers. What's the angle, no angle, Lily said. We're just being good. Good is good, Melissa said quickly, glancing at the microwave clock. We really have to go. She ran through the emergency numbers one more time out of habit, tapping the list on the fridge. Restaurant landline. Her cell. Brad's cell. 911 if all else fails. Allergy pill reminder. Don't open the door for anyone who isn't us. The same litany, a chant that made the house feel like a closed system. Brad did his usual routine with the alarm keypad thumb hovering over the panic button as he reminded me where it was. His watch glinted. The little beeps from the system seemed loud even over the constant hiss of the AC. All right, man, he said, stepping into the garage. Hold down the fort. The door shut behind them. The garage opened, groaned, closed again. The minivan's engine faded down the street. The porch light streamed yellow over the driveway, moths still spinning in its gravity. I locked the door more out of muscle memory than necessity and turned back toward the kitchen. Lily was closer now, within arm's reach of the fridge, her eyes on the strip of tape across the door. Evan lingered behind her, his dinosaur pajama pants bunching at his ankles. They're going to be back late, Lily said, like she was giving me the weather report. Her voice was flat, not hopeful, not complaining, just stating a fact. How do you know, I asked. Your mom said around 11. They always say that, she replied. They never come back when they say they will on company nights. Her tone had something in it I couldn't quite place. Not exactly bitterness, but something adjacent to it. Evan spoke up, bouncing once on his heels. Does that mean we get more ice cream? He asked. No, I said automatically, even though I hadn't decided yet. It means you get more time to not make me regret this. They both nodded, like they had expected that answer. The house settled into what I can only describe as a full quiet. Not empty, but loaded with moving parts. I flipped on the radio that sat on the counter by the knife block just to layer another sound over the AC. It was an old clock radio with a red digital display and a telescoping antenna that someone had bent at a weird angle. I turned the dial until a local country station came in through the haze. The song was halfway over when it snapped into clarity, a guy singing about trucks and dirt roads. Underneath his voice, there was that little veil of static, a faint hiss and crackle that rose slightly whenever the DJ's banter ended and the music began. It made everything sound a little farther away, like it was being piped in from another room. In the backyard, beyond the closed sliding glass door, the chorus of insects had grown louder with the darkness. Crickets, frogs, whatever else lived in the drainage ditch behind the fence, they all screamed into the thick air like they were trying to outdo the cul-de-sac's one streetlight. Inside, the AC roared on at full force and stayed there. No cycling off, no brakes, just a constant press of cold air fighting the humidity that seeped into every crack. It rattled the vents slightly, adding a faint metallic tremor to the sound. "TV?" I asked, nodding toward the living room. Lily and Evan nodded in sync. We negotiated on something animated but non-horror. I turned the volume down low enough that I could still hear the radio and the house around us, and the three of us settled into a strange, staged comfort. They were good. Unnaturally good. No bargaining over shows, no arguments about snacks, no begging to stay up extra late or to play on my phone. They thanked me when I handed them plates. They said please without being prompted. They stayed on the couches instead of tumbling onto the floor and turning the living room into a playground. If you've ever been around kids who are being exactly what adults say they want kids to be, you know, there's something unnerving about it. Real kids are messy, loud, unpredictable. This was like they were following a script labeled good behavior. The radio murmured from the kitchen, a DJ talking about some upcoming concert in a county I didn't know well. The AC droned. The TV glowed. Outside, the bugs kept throwing themselves at the light. I told myself I was lucky. I told myself I was imagining the way Lily's eyes tracked me every time I moved. How Evan's jokes felt more like tests than actual attempts at being funny. I told myself that for a humid Saturday in August, this was as peaceful as babysitting got. I didn't know yet that somewhere in that carefully balanced mix of sounds, the static, the insect screech, the endless breath of the air conditioner, there was a tension coiling up, waiting for the first hard crash to snap it. 3.2, the crash and the distraction. The first part of the evening went by without incident, which is probably why I let my guard down. We did the usual mini pizzas for dinner, a carefully measured scoop of ice cream each, a little TV. The kids stayed in that unnervingly polite mode, asking before they got up, saying thank you when I handed them napkins, laughing at all the right spots in the show without any of the random tangents or outbursts most kids their age default to. Around 8:15, I decided to get a jump on the dishes so the kitchen would not look like a war zone later. Lily and Evan were still on the couch, sunk into the cushions, staring at the screen like they were plugged into it. "If you guys need anything, yell," I said, grabbing plates. "But you know, not scream in terror, yell. I don't want your neighbors calling the cops." Evan giggled. Lily just nodded. In the kitchen, the air felt a few degrees cooler, the AC vent in the ceiling pouring cold air straight down onto the island. The radio still played in the corner, the DJ's voice low and smooth as he talked over the tail end of a song about heartbreak on back roads. Static crackled faintly under everything. I turned on the tap and set a glass under the stream. The water hit the bottom with a hollow, ringing sound before rising, the glass humming lightly in my fingers. I finished it, grabbed another dish, Let the rhythm of rinsing and stacking take over. Dish in the sink. Rinse, soap, scrub, rinse again, onto the rack. Repeat. The clink and clatter of ceramic against stainless steel filled the kitchen in a steady beat. I had just set one of the taller glasses in the sink when my soapy hand slipped. It happened fast, a squeak of slick skin on smooth glass, a sudden shift of weight, the sense of something leaving my control. The glass tipped sideways, hit the metal of the sink, and exploded. The sound was a sharp, bright crash, louder than it had any right to be. It ricocheted off the counters and cabinet doors, ringing in my ears. For half a second, I froze, shoulders snapping up around my neck. The glass had shattered into a spray of clear shards, some large, some almost dust, fanning out in a glittering crescent around the drain. The light over the sink caught on every edge, turning the stainless steel basin into a small, deadly constellation. "Everything okay?" Lily called from the living room. "Yeah," I said, forcing my voice not to shake. "Just broke a glass. Stay out of the kitchen until I say so." "Okay, okay," she answered. I didn't hear Evan. For a moment, all I could do was stare at the mess. The rational part of my brain knew what to do. Clean it up, don't cut yourself, make sure no one else steps in it. But there was another part that hated the way some of the smaller pieces looked almost invisible until the light hit them. The idea that something could be there, sharp and waiting, and you'd never realize it until it was inside you, that thought crawled up my spine. I exhaled, rolled my shoulders back, and got to work. First, I turned off the water. The steady roar of the tap cut out, leaving the softer background sounds exposed to the radio. The AC, the slippered footsteps of the kids shifting on the couch in the next room. Then I grabbed the roll of paper towels and tore off a wad. I started with the largest shards, picking them up slowly between thumb and forefinger. Each one made a little ticking sound as I dropped it into an empty grocery bag I'd pulled from under the sink. Tick, tick, tick. The bag crinkled and popped as the glass hit and settled. The edges were sharper than they looked. Even being careful, I felt one graze my fingertip, a bright sting that made me jerk back. A tiny line of red welled up along the pad of my finger, not bad enough to need a bandage, but enough to remind me how easily this could go really, really wrong. "Great," I muttered, sucking the blood away, then going back in more slowly. I folded the paper towels, using them as a barrier to sweep the smaller pieces into a pile. They whispered across the sink, making soft, scraping noises like dry leaves on concrete. The tiniest slivers caught against the fibers of the towels and snapped, adding their own crackle to the mix. Every shard went into the bag. Tick, tick, tick. It was almost hypnotic. When I was sure I had everything out of the sink, I ran a dry paper towel along the bottom, watching for any new glitter that would give away a missed piece. Nothing. The metal shone under the bright overhead light, one or two faint scratches, the only signs that anything had happened. I twisted the bag's handles together, knotting them tight, then tied a second knot for good measure. The glass clinked inside when I lifted it, a dense, muted jangle. The weight felt wrong for what had been just one glass. In the living room, a commercial played too loud for my taste voices, pitching up and down as some animated mascot tried to sell cereal. I lowered the radio a little enough that the station became background again, the DJ talking about humidity and storm chances tomorrow. The garage door off the kitchen was the closest place to get the broken glass out of the main house. I wanted it gone, not just out of the sink, but out of the part of the world where barefoot kids walked. I opened the door with my elbow. The alarm sensor beeped sharply, 3 fast notes that echoed in the enclosed space beyond. The air in the garage was hotter, trapped, and stale, smelling like oil dust and old cardboard. The light came from a single bare bulb in the ceiling, making the shadows long and dark. The metal trash can stood in the corner near the steps, its lid slightly askew. As I walked toward it, my footsteps thumped on the unfinished concrete floor, the sound hollow and amplifying in the relative emptiness of the space. The bag of glass swung from my hand, the contents knocking together with a tiny chorus of dead bells. I lifted the lid with one hand, its metal edge scraped against the wall with a rough shk, and tossed the bag in with the other. For a split second, there was nothing. Then the sound hit. The bag of glass slammed into the bottom of the empty can with a booming clang that felt too big for the room. The metal vibrated, the note stretching and warping, filling the garage from floor to ceiling. It echoed in the hollow of my chest in a way it wouldn't have if I dumped it into a plastic bin outside. I let the lid fall. It landed with another smaller clatter rattling a few times before settling. Behind me, the door to the kitchen stood open, a rectangle of cooler, whiter light cutting into the garage gloom. The smell of pizza and lemon soap drifted out, mixing with the hot dust smell. "Everything okay?" Lily called again from somewhere near the living room. Her voice was closer this time, like she'd edged toward the kitchen. "Yeah," I repeated, stepping back inside and letting the door swing shut behind me. The sensor beeped again, that same chirp before going quiet. She was at the table when I rounded the corner, elbows on the surface, chin resting on her crossed arms. Evan had stayed in the living room. I could hear him flipping channels, the TV cycling through snippets of shows. Lily's eyes flicked to the hand I'd used to carry the bag, then back to my face. "What happens if someone eats that?" she asked. Her tone was casual, like she was asking what would happen if you microwaved aluminum foil or flushed a toy down the toilet. Like she already knew, and the question was more about hearing my version. I stopped in the middle of the kitchen, fingers still tingling from the weight of the bag and the echo of that clang. "They go to the hospital," I said, "if they're lucky. It cuts everything on the way down. It's not funny. You don't joke about that. You don't play with broken glass. Ever." "I wasn't joking," she said. "I was just wondering." "Well," I said, turning away to wash my hands, "now you know. Don't wonder about it again." The soap pump made a wet, squeaky sound under my palm. The water turned warmer, then hot, running over my fingers as I scrubbed, rinsing away the tiny sting from earlier. And irrationally, the feeling that something sharp still clung to my skin. When I looked back at her, she was watching the sink, not me. There was something almost interested in her expression, like she was timing how long I washed, how careful I was. "All right," I said, shaking my hands off and grabbing a towel. "You guys can go play upstairs for a bit. I'll clean up the rest in here, and then maybe we'll do a snack later if you're not monsters." "Can we play in my room?" she asked. "Yeah," I said. "Just keep the door open. And no running. I don't want to hear any bodies hitting walls, okay?" She slid off the chair, the wooden legs scraping lightly against the floor. Evan bounded in from the living room, jumped the last couple of stairs up to Lily's side, and the two of them headed for the staircase. Their footsteps hit the first few steps softly, then faded as they reached the carpeted part. The radio droned on about temperatures and humidity. The AC blew relentless. The bugs outside screamed at the porch light. I pulled another pizza from the freezer, this one for later, something to keep me awake and give me leverage for whatever bedtime arguments came. The cardboard scraped against the shelf as I pulled it out. The strip of tape on the fridge door crackled when I closed it, like it was almost letting go before sticking again. I set the pizza on the counter and grabbed a clean cutting board, thinking ahead to slices and plates, and the quiet after the kids were down for the night. That was when the sound hit, a violent, heavy thud from upstairs, loud enough that the floor under my feet gave a little shiver. I froze, heart slamming into my throat. The radio fuzzed the station, slipping for half a second into a smear of static before snapping back. The AC suddenly sounded distant, like it was coming from down a long tunnel. My ears popped that weird underwater sensation back again, the edges of sound blurred. For a breath or two, it felt like the whole house was holding itself still, waiting to see what I would do. My brain sprinted straight to worst-case scenarios, a bookshelf toppling over a dresser dragged down someone standing on a chair and falling, a skull meeting the corner of a nightstand. I saw blood on the beige carpet in my head before my body even moved. "Lily Evan," I shouted louder than I meant to. My own voice ricocheted off the walls, too loud in the momentary hush. No answer. I didn't call again. I ran. My shoes thudded against the wooden part of the floor, then hit the stairs, each step a dull thump that vibrated up my legs. The hallway light was still on when I reached the top, casting everything in that same yellow bowl of glow. The attic hatch sat above me undisturbed, that one corner drooping just the slightest bit lower. Lily's door was open. I went there first, adrenaline making my hands clumsy as I grabbed the frame and swung myself into the room. Both of them were sitting cross-legged on the floor. Between them was a board game spread out neatly, pieces in place, dice in the middle. Lily held a card in her hand, eyes scanning the text. Evan had one hand on a game piece mid-move. They both looked up at me at the exact same time. Nothing was overturned. Nothing was broken. Nothing out of place. What happened? I demanded, breathing harder than I wanted to admit. What fell? Are you okay? They stared at me for half a second too long, and in that half second, I could see it, the look people get when they've been caught doing something, but you haven't figured out what it is yet. "We didn't do anything," Lily said finally. "We're just playing." She placed her card carefully on the floor, as if to prove how gentle she was being. Evan shifted a little, the board creasing under his knee. He glanced toward the hallway, then back at me, a smile twitching at the corners of his mouth. "Maybe it's the attic," he said, and there was a soft giggle caught behind the words. The air in the room felt thicker, suddenly, heat and AC mixing weirdly. The faint smell of their shampoo plastic toys and something sugary hung around us. I scanned the space anyway. Closet closed. Shelves, everything upright. Bed blankets rumpled but not torn off. The only things on the floor were the game, a stuffed animal, and a stray sock. "Nothing fell," I said, half to them, half to myself. I heard something. It sounded like house sounds. Lily interrupted like she was quoting someone. "Dad says that. When stuff creaks, it's just house sounds." She said it with a slight mocking lilt, like she was repeating a line she didn't believe. Evan's barely contained laughter bubbled up again, then died when I looked straight at him. "Are you sure you're both okay?" I asked, eyes moving from one to the other. "We're fine," she said. "You look more scared than we do." That stung more than it should have. I stood there in the doorway for a moment longer, listening. No follow-up crash, no scraping, just the faint hum of the AC vent and the muffled thud of the TV still playing downstairs, voices too distant to make out. "All right," I said eventually. "Just keep it down. No jumping, no climbing, no whatever would make that noise again. I mean it." They nodded almost in unison. I stepped back into the hallway, eyes darting up one more time to the attic hatch. It stared back at me, a plain square of nothing. On the way back down, my steps felt heavier, like the house was listening, weighing each one. By the time I reached the kitchen again, the radio had found its footing, the station clear, a new song starting up. The AC roared as if it had never slowed. The bugs outside screamed into the glass. I told myself it was just house sounds. Old wood air pressure, maybe something shifting in the attic. I repeated that phrase over and over, house sounds, house sounds, house sounds, trying to iron it flat enough to lay over the sharp, jagged feeling in my chest. Still, every time I looked at the oven door while the second pizza cooked its glass, reflecting my face and the kitchen behind me, I couldn't shake the image of something heavy dropping directly above my head, somewhere between Lily's room and the attic hatch, where I could not see it, and had no way of knowing what it really was. 3.3. Waiting for me to take the first bite. By the time the second round of pizza went into the oven, the house felt like it had settled into that strange late-night rhythm it gets right before kids' bedtime. The TV was off. The radio was still murmuring low on the counter, another slow song bleeding into the hiss of the station. The AC pushed out a steady stream of cold air that made the kitchen light feel harsher, whiter, like it was cutting the room into clean edges. The oven ticked softly as it heated metal expanding in tiny pops. When the timer finally beeped, one sharp ding that snapped through the drizzle of country music and insect noise outside, I almost jumped. Snack time, I called up the stairs, trying to keep my voice level. 2 sets of feet came down slower than I expected, not the usual clatter of kids running for food. Lily and Evan appeared in the doorway together, side by side. Their hair was a little mussed from whatever game they had been playing, but their expressions were flatly calm, almost studious. I opened the oven and leaned back from the wave of hot air. The 3 mini pizzas sat on the racked cheese, bubbling in little blisters, crust edges browned just enough. The smell of melted mozzarella and cheap tomato sauce with a hint of oregano from the seasoning rolled out and filled the kitchen. For a second, it was comforting, like every other late-night snack in every other American kitchen. I slid the pizzas onto a cutting board, the wooden surface thudding softly against the stove when I set it down. The knife in my hand sank through the crust with a crunch cheese stretching in thin strings before snapping. Each cut made a damp, solid sound against the board, a dull thak, 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 beneath the hum of the AC and the radio. I made 3 small plates, 1 slice for Lily, 1 for Evan, 1 for me. The slices steamed slightly in the cool air, tiny curls of heat rising and then disappearing. Grease shone under the overhead light, forming little orange pools in the dips of the cheese. Here, I said, sliding the plates across the table. They took theirs without comment, but neither of them moved to pick up the food. Instead, they both rested their hands flat on the table, fingers spread, like they were posing for a school picture. Their eyes didn't go to their own plates. They fixed on mine. I felt it. Before I understood it, something in the way their gaze landed, not curious, not hungry, but intent. Waiting. "Aren't you gonna eat?" I asked, trying to sound casual. "You wanted a snack, right?" Lily's eyes flicked up from my plate to my face and back again. When she spoke, her voice was soft, almost polite. "We're waiting for you to take the first bite," she said. The words dropped into my stomach like a stone. I laughed once, the sound too thin in my own ears. "Why," I said, "this isn't a poison test. It's just pizza." Evan grinned, but it did not reach his eyes. "You're the grown-up," he said. "You go first." It was stupid, but my brain made a straight line from that sentence to the bag of glass in the garage trash can. The image flashed up, knot tied tight, the clink as it hit the metal, the echo in the hot dark. My skin prickled along my arms, tiny needles under the surface. "You're being weird," I said lightly, reaching for my slice anyway. "But okay." "Here." Happy, I picked it up. The crust was hot against my fingers, flexible near the tip. A string of cheese stretched and then snapped as I lifted it off the plate. I brought it toward my mouth. They watched, unblinking. Something in my gut, not my mind, not the part that does math and schedules and rational explanations, but the old animal part pulled back hard. A heavy, hollow feeling opened just under my ribs. The slice hovered halfway to my face. "Come on," Evan said, voice barely above a whisper. "You said it's not poison." Under the kitchen light, the cheese looked glossy orange and white marbled together. At first I thought the shine was just grease. I shifted my grip slightly, tilting the tip of the slice up so it wouldn't drip. That was when I saw it. A pinprick of light brighter than the rest of the shine flashed from the surface near the middle of the slice. Not the soft gleam of oil, a sharp, hard glint. I moved my hand a fraction, then another. The glint moved too. My mouth went dry. I tilted the slice further, angling it directly under the overhead light. The room seemed to narrow to that one motion. There, embedded in the melted cheese just under the top layer, was a sliver of something clear. A tiny, irregular shard, triangular, no bigger than a fingernail clipping, catching the light in a way dough and cheese never would. I felt my fingers tremble. I shifted the slice again, slower this time. Another glint caught my eye closer to the crust, and another thinner than the first, almost invisible unless you knew to look for it. The kitchen soundscape seemed to fall away. The radio dulled to a distant murmur I couldn't make out. The AC faded into a blanket of noise. All I could hear was my own breathing and the faint, sticky sound of melted cheese stretching as my grip tightened. I set the slice back down on the plate very carefully. My hand shook enough that the edge of the crust tapped the porcelain with a tiny click. Next to me, one of the chairs creaked as Lily shifted in her seat. I looked up. They were still watching me, and then they started laughing. It was not the bright, high giggle of kids who think something is silly. It was lower, slower, drawn out in a way that made my shoulders tense. The sound didn't match their faces. The smiles were small closed, but the laughter felt too deep for their bodies, like something older was passing through their throats. I pushed my chair back a few inches, the legs scraping a harsh line across the floor. "What did you do?" I asked. Lily's laughter tapered off into a small, satisfied smile. She glanced at Evan, then back at me like she was checking to see if he was going to try to take credit. "We wanted to see if you'd notice," she said. Her tone was casual, but there was an edge under it, like this had been a test, and I had just barely passed. "What did you do?" I repeated louder this time. My voice bounced off the cabinets and came back to me thinner. "Where did you get this? How did you—" I stopped myself because my brain had already filled in the blanks. The bag in the garage, the lid of the trash can, the fact that they had been upstairs unsupervised after the crash and before the snack. I shoved my plate farther away from me as if it might suddenly jump up and force itself into my mouth. "You could have killed someone," I snapped. "Do you understand that this isn't a prank? This isn't a joke. People die from this. You could have." I heard my voice crack and hated it. Evan didn't look scared. He looked fascinated. His eyes moved from my face to the slice of pizza and back like he was cataloging reactions. "We didn't put in a lot," he said almost defensively. "Just a little bit." It was the closest thing to an admission I was going to get. "That is not better," I said. I was aware dimly that I had never raised my voice at a kid like this before. Never had to. "You do not ever put glass in food. Ever. You do not touch broken glass at all. You don't go in the garage, you don't go in the trash, you shouldn't put things in the trash if you don't want us to use them," Lily said. The way she said it made my skin crawl. Like I was the one who had made a mistake. Like leaving a bag of broken glass in a metal can behind a closed door in a room they were not supposed to enter, was some kind of invitation. "That's not how this works," I said through my teeth. "You are done. Both of you. No more TV, no more games, no more snacks. Bed. Now." They didn't move. For a second, we all stayed frozen, me standing, hands clenched at my sides, them seated, feet dangling, plates untouched. The radio murmured nonsense, a DJ laughing at his own joke. The bugs outside rattled the glass of the sliding door with their constant chorus. Upstairs, I said lower now, the anger threading into something colder. "Right now, I'm walking with you. If you take one step anywhere but your rooms, I'm calling your parents. And then I'm calling the cops." That got a reaction, not fear exactly, but a new sharpness in their gaze, like I'd just brought a new piece into play on a board they thought they controlled. Lily slid off her chair first. Evan followed. We walked to the stairs in a little procession, me behind them, one hand on the rail, the other resting on the wall, fingers brushing the smooth paint. Their feet made dull thumps on the steps, slower this time. Nobody spoke. Halfway up, Lily slowed just enough that I came close to her. She tilted her head slightly without looking back. "I told you," she whispered so quietly I almost thought I imagined it. "You shouldn't put things in the trash if you don't want us to use them." Her breath brushed my ear. Something about the way she said use made it feel like a much bigger word than it should have been. I didn't respond. If I opened my mouth, I wasn't sure what was going to come out. At the top of the stairs, the hallway light hummed. The attic hatch sat in its square watching. I walked them to their rooms, made sure each one got in bed, left their doors exactly the way their parents had described. "Sleep," I said, standing in the hall between their rooms. "No talking, no getting up, no experiments." "I'm not kidding." "We know," Lily said from her bed, eyes barely visible in the dim blue of her nightlight. Evan didn't say anything, but I could hear him shifting under his blanket. I went back downstairs with my heart still hammering, pulled out my phone, and did the one thing that made sense. I called my older brother. He picked up on the second ring. "Yo," he said. "What's up? I need you to come over here," I said. My voice sounded wrong in my own ears, tight, higher than usual. "Now. I'm at that family's house, the one with the 2 kids. I think they tried to put glass in my food." He swore softly. "Send me the address," he said, suddenly all business. "I'm 10 minutes out." The next 10 minutes felt like an hour. I paced the kitchen, stared at the slices on the table, their cheese already cooling and congealing, little points of clear light, still winking where the shards were buried. I didn't clean anything. I didn't trust myself not to miss a piece. When his car headlights finally swung across the front window, throwing shadows across the living room wall, I almost cried from relief. I met him at the door, unlocked it before he could knock. He stepped in, taking in my face in one quick scan. "You look like crap," he said. "Show me." I brought him straight to the kitchen, pointed at my plate first, then theirs. He didn't need convincing. He leaned in, squinting, then swore again under his breath. "Yeah," he said. "That's glass." He glanced at me. "You said you threw the broken stuff in the garage, right?" "Yeah," I said. "Tied up in a bag, in the metal can." He nodded once. "Stay here," he said. "Don't touch anything." The garage door beeped when he opened it. The hot air washed in along with the faint smell of oil and dust. I stood in the doorway to the hall, just far enough back that I could see the slice of garage and my brother's outline under the bare bulb when he pulled the chain. He crossed to the trash can, lifted the lid, and looked inside. "Mark!" he called after a second. His voice was flat the way it gets when he's trying not to freak me out. What I asked, even though I knew. "The bag's not here," he said. My mouth went dry all over again. He moved the lid fully aside, reached in and shifted the other bags around. Plastic rustled. something crinkled. The metal of the can scraped faintly as he adjusted it. Nothing, he said, just old trash. And he paused, then bent lower. When he straightened, he was holding his palm up in the harsh garage light. Even from the doorway, I could see them 3 or 4 tiny, clear grains resting in the crease of his skin. They caught the light like someone had sprinkled sugar into his hand. A few pieces at the bottom he finished. Like somebody scooped most of it out and didn't care about what was left. The lid fell back into place with a dull ring. The house around us hummed and whirred like nothing was wrong. But in that moment, with my brother brushing those tiny shards off his palm onto the concrete, and the sound of them ticking as they hit the floor, I stopped being able to tell myself this was an accident. 4.21, trying to pretend it was just a prank. When I finally got home after the glass night, my hands were still shaking so hard I could barely get my keys into the lock. Our apartment kitchen was nothing like Brad and Melissa's. The light over the sink was a yellow dome that buzzed faintly and took a second to flicker on. The fridge was old white with a dent in the door where my brother had once kicked it shut as a joke. It hummed unevenly, sometimes rattling like it was coughing. The linoleum had a cigarette burn near the trash can from before we moved in. It was small and kind of ugly, and I had never been so relieved to see it. My brother leaned against the counter, arms folded, watching me pace between the sink and the stove. "You're sure you didn't eat any?" he asked for the 3rd time. "Yes," I said a little too sharply. I saw it before I took a bite. I didn't swallow anything. My stomach didn't care. It still rolled like I'd just gotten off a too-fast ride. Every time I thought about that slice, about how easily I could have just taken a big mouthful without looking, bile crept up my throat. I could still hear the tiny crystalline clicks of glass dropping into the grocery bag, the heavy clang of the bag hitting the metal trash can, the soft scrape of my brother's palm as he brushed the remaining grains into the garage floor. It was like they'd etched themselves into the inside of my ears. "You need to tell Mom," he said. "Like the real version, not the they're weird version." I stared at the magnet clutter on our fridge takeout menus, a dentist appointment reminder, the electric bill half covered by a cracked Nashville Sounds souvenir magnet. "She's exhausted," I muttered. "She loves that family. They tip her at Christmas. She's always talking about how polite Melissa is. If I tell her, 'Hey, your favorite patient's kids tried to feed me broken glass,' she's gonna look at me like I'm insane. Or he said she'll look at you like you're her kid and listen." He meant well, but he hadn't heard Lily's voice in the stairwell. "You shouldn't put things in the trash if you don't want us to use them." He hadn't seen the way they'd watched my mouth waiting. The dishwasher in our apartment gurgled from the other side of the half-wall water, sloshing as it went through its cycle. Through the thin drywall, I could hear our neighbor's door slam, their car beep twice as they locked it. Then the distant cough of an engine turning over. Somewhere outside, someone's radio played a late-night talk show, 2 guys arguing about sports, their voices tinny and far away through the glass. Normal sounds, cheap apartment sounds, nothing hidden in them. "I'm not going back there," I said finally, more to myself than to him. "I don't care how much they pay. I'm done." "Good," he said, pushing off the counter. "Then tell Mom that and stick to it." He left a little while later, after making me promise again that I'd text him if anything weird happened overnight. When the door closed behind him, the apartment felt smaller. The fridge hummed. The dishwasher hissed. The AC unit under the living room window rattled every time it kicked on, like it wanted to shake itself free. I took a shower I didn't really need, stood under the hot water until my skin felt raw, like I could scrub off the whole night. When I closed my eyes, all I could see was that tiny flash of light in the cheese. and the way Lily's smile had barely moved when she said, "We wanted to see if you'd notice." Sleep, when it finally came, was shallow and full of half-dreams, me chewing on something and feeling it shred my mouth, spitting blood and glitter onto someone's nice kitchen tile, while a baby monitor crackled in the background. By morning, everything looked different in that annoying way it does. The daylight coming through our kitchen blinds made the dented fridge seem less ominous and more just old. The coffee maker gurgled, filling the apartment with the smell of cheap grounds. The morning radio show my mom liked buzzed from the counter hosts laughing too loud at their own jokes. Traffic updates for interstates we drove past 100 times. She sat at the table with her laptop open, still in her scrubs, hair pulled back with a clip, a mug cupped in her hands. The washing machine in the hallway closet thumped as it swapped water from one side to the other, the drum knocking slightly out of balance. "You got in late," she said, without looking up. Was everything okay? There it was. My opening. I took a breath. The kids were weird, I said. The word felt pathetic compared to what had actually happened. They tried to put something in my food. Her eyes finally lifted from the screen. "What do you mean?" she asked. Her voice wasn't skeptical, yet just cautious. I told her the story, but I sanded the edges off. I left out the part where I nearly put the slice in my mouth, the way they'd laughed the exact words Lily had whispered on the stairs. I said I think there was glass in it, instead of there was glass in it. I said they must have grabbed some from the sink instead of they dug into the trash in the garage. "And you didn't eat any," she confirmed when I finished. "You're sure?" "I'm sure," I said. "My brother came over. We saw it. He checked the trash." She frowned, looking down at the table for a long second. "Kids do stupid things," she said finally. "They don't think through consequences. They see it on TV or online, they copy it. It doesn't mean they're..." She stopped short of saying evil, but the word hung there anyway. "It means they need boundaries." "Boundaries," I repeated, staring at a chip in the table's edge. "If it made you uncomfortable," which obviously it did, she went on, "you have to tell Melissa." Calmly. "Not like you're accusing them of attempted murder, just explain that it's not okay. If they do anything like that again, we're done. No more going over there. I'll tell her we're not available." It was a reasonable response. Adult measured exactly the kind of thing a parent is supposed to say. It didn't line up at all with the cold, deliberate feeling I'd gotten from those two small faces watching me over their untouched plates. "What if she doesn't believe me?" I asked. "Why wouldn't she?" my mom said. "She trusts you with her kids. She's known me for years." "Because she doesn't know what they're like when you're not there," I wanted to say. "Because you haven't heard the way they talk about watching people sleep or eating glass. Because this isn't a kid mistake, it's something else." Instead, I said nothing. Her phone buzzed on the table screen, lighting up. She glanced down, thumb sliding over the glass. "Oh," she said. "It's her, actually." My stomach dropped. "Melissa?" I asked. My mom murmured, reading. She says, "Thank you again for last night. I know it was a long one. The kids said they had fun." She smiled, tired but genuine, and started tapping out a response, something polite and professional. The kids said they had fun. I could picture them saying it. The two of them at the breakfast table, swinging their legs, telling their mother that last night had been fun. The same mouths that had shaped, "We're waiting for you to take the first bite." It made my skin crawl. "See," my mom said, closing her phone. "You're good at this. Just make it clear next time that certain jokes aren't acceptable, and if it happens again, we pull you out. Simple. Simple." Except it wasn't. The next week, I tried to line up other babysitting jobs, but nothing matched what Brad and Melissa paid, or how regularly they needed me. A random Friday here, a one-off Tuesday there. Gas money, maybe a game if I saved. The envelope from their house, fat with cash, sat in my desk drawer like a dare. My brother swung by one evening, dropping himself onto our couch with a groan. So he said, flipping through channels like he lived there. "You told Mom?" "Yeah," I said. "She says to set boundaries." He snorted. "Of course she does. So what you going back? I don't know." I said, which was a lie. I knew exactly what I was going to do. I was already halfway there in my head. He looked over at me, really looked, and sighed. "If you're dumb enough to go back," he said, "just don't eat anything there again. At all. Bring your own food. Stop at Taco Bell first. I'm serious. Sit there hungry before you put anything in your mouth that those kids had a chance to touch." The washing machine clicked off in the hallway, the sudden lack of its thumping making the apartment feel too quiet. Outside, a car door slammed. Someone called goodnight to someone else, their voices drifting up through the open window, then fading. On the radio, a late-night host shifted from jokes into a softer, more serious tone, talking about loneliness and insomnia. His voice blurred into the hum of the fridge, the ticking of the kitchen clock, the faint hiss of the AC. For a little while, it was easy to pretend this was all there was, just normal life. Bills, shifts, dumb conversations. But every time my phone buzzed with a payment notification from Melissa's preferred app, a neat little line on my screen reading, "Thanks again," and an amount that made my eyes widen, I felt the trap closing. The money from that house didn't just feel good. It felt necessary. It paid for things my mom wouldn't let herself buy, things I wanted to stop asking her for. New headphones, gas, a little bit of freedom. All I had to do was go sit in a house for a few hours, make sure 2 kids didn't die and not eat their food. That was what I told myself. It was just a prank, I told myself. A bad one. A messed up one. But kids do stupid things. They found the bag, they wanted to see what would happen, and I caught it. End of story. I repeated that version enough times that by the time Saturday rolled around, and my mom poked her head into my room to say, "Melissa asked if you're free tonight," my mouth said yes before my gut could say anything at all. 4.2 one more night. A week went by. It was just long enough for the fear to scab over, not long enough for it to heal. I was in my room half listening to some podcast and half staring at homework I wasn't actually doing when my mom knocked once and pushed the door open. "Hey," she said, phone in hand. So Melissa texted. She was seeing if you were free this Saturday. My stomach dropped. "What did you say?" I asked. I told her yes, she said, like it was the obvious answer. Their regular night, same time. "I figured you knew you didn't have to eat there, and we already talked about boundaries." "So you told her yes before asking me?" I cut in. She blinked, thrown for just a second, then shrugged. I assumed she said, "You didn't tell me you were refusing outright. You said you were uncomfortable." I said, "If it happened again, we stop. We need the money, Mark. I'm not going to lie. They're good to us." I stared at her. She stood there in the doorway, tired in that way. Only people who work too many hours can be, worry lines carved deeper around her mouth. "It's one more night," she added softer. "If it's bad, that's it." "Okay. You don't have to be dramatic about it." I wanted to say, "They tried to make me eat glass. How dramatic am I allowed to be?" Instead, I just nodded because the other part of me, the one counting the money from the last 2 Saturdays, had already done the math. After she left, I sat on the edge of my bed and made rules in my head like armor. Rule 1. I don't eat or drink anything there. Not pizza, not water, nothing they can touch. Rule 2. If they're in the kitchen, I am in the kitchen. No more upstairs alone time. Rule 3. First thing when I get there, I check the garage trash can. just to see. They were stupid little rules, but repeating them to myself made it feel like I wasn't just walking back into the same trap. That Saturday night, it rained. Not a full storm, just that steady Tennessee drizzle that makes the asphalt look like black glass and turns every streetlight into a smear. As my mom's car turned into the cul-de-sac, the reflection of the hanging bulb at the center of the circle stretched and twisted on the wet pavement, like there were two lights, one above, one below. The wipers squeaked back and forth, pushing water aside in rhythmic arcs. Rain ticked softly on the windshield, on the roof, on the hood. It was the kind of sound that usually made me sleepy. Tonight it just made me feel boxed in. Brad's driveway was slick and shining when we pulled up. The minivan was already out front, engine running, headlights off, wipers going. The porch light threw a pale yellow triangle onto the wet steps. You could see the rain streaking diagonally through it. "Call if you need me," my mom said. "Or if you change your mind about doing this, I'll come get you." I mean that. She said it, but we both knew calling meant admitting I couldn't handle it. I got out anyway. The rain was cool against my face, dampening my hair by the time I made it from the curb to the porch. My shoes squeaked on the wet concrete. I hit the doorbell. Brad opened the door almost immediately, like he'd been standing right on the other side. He was in a dress shirt again this time, with the top button done and a tie slightly crooked. Melissa appeared behind him, slinging a small purse over her shoulder, lipstick already on. They both looked more rushed than the last time. "Hey, Mark," Brad said. "Thanks again for doing this. Weather's already making us late." "We really appreciate it," Melissa added, stepping past him to grab her coat. She had her phone in one hand, wallet in the other. "Here before I forget." She set the wallet on the kitchen counter and pulled out cash, folding it into an envelope and sliding it toward me. "Paying you up front tonight," she said, "in case we get stuck talking to people and run a little over. There's extra in there." Her eagerness to get out was obvious. There was a tightness around her eyes I hadn't seen before. Something strained. Brad checked his watch twice in as many minutes. When Lily and Evan drifted into view near the hallway, he didn't do his usual no boys, no parties routine. He just glanced at them, then at me. "Bedtime 9 again," he said. "They can read for a bit. You know the drill. Alarm set. Don't open the door for anyone who doesn't have our faces. The mini pizzas are still in the freezer if you need something for them," Melissa added. "There's fruit snacks, all that. You know where everything is." I nodded, even as my internal Rule 1 screamed through my head. "You don't eat here." Behind her, on the far stretch of the counter by the fridge, something white caught my eye. It was a piece of paper taped slightly crooked to the stainless steel door just below the strip of clear tape that held the cracked panel together. I couldn't see it clearly yet, but there were thick marker-drawn letters and a few crude stick figures, their heads big circles with lines for arms and legs. Brad and Melissa didn't notice me looking. They were already halfway to the garage, voices overlapping as they argued about directions to wherever they were going. "Text if anything," Melissa said. "Panic button if anything serious," Brad added automatically. The garage door closed behind them with a heavy thud. The alarm chirped. The minivan engine growled, then receded. The rain's soft drumming on the roof suddenly felt louder without their voices. For a second, it was just me and the kids and the low hum of the house. I walked over to the fridge. The paper was lined notebook stock, again torn out along the spiral, so the fringe of paper loops still clung to one side. The title at the top was written in thick, blocky letters that pressed hard enough to leave dents in the page "New Babysitter Rules" underneath. There were small drawings of stick figures, a tall one with a big empty circle for a head, two smaller ones with scribbled hair. One stick figure lay flat X's for eyes. Beside that one, someone had drawn little triangles around the head, like shards or sun rays, or glass. The rules themselves were written in a child's hand letters, uneven, some backwards, no yelling, no phones at the table. You have to play the games. There were spots where the marker had gone over the same line again and again, darker and almost tearing the paper. The outlines of the stick figures' heads were like that. "Those aren't your rules," Lily said behind me. I hadn't heard her cross the room. I turned. She was standing a few feet away, hands behind her back. Evan leaned against the island eyes on the paper, not my face. "They're ours," she finished. "For you." A drop of water slid from the tip of my hair down my neck, cold against suddenly too warm skin. "What kind of games?" I asked. Lily's mouth curled just slightly. "You'll see," she said. I should have ripped the paper down right then. I should have called my mom from their kitchen, handed the envelope back, and walked out into the rain. Instead, I put my own rules up against theirs and decided stupidly that as long as I didn't eat anything and kept them in sight, I could handle it. The cul-de-sac outside had gone from drizzle to a steadier fall. Rain flowed down the glass of the sliding door in uneven rivers. The streetlight at the center of the circle blurred its reflection, wobbling in the puddles on the asphalt. Every gust of wind sent a fresh patter of drops across the deck. Inside, the sound changed with the weather. The roof picked up a soft, constant drumming. Every now and then, a louder plink came from the metal flashing by the gutters. The AC fought harder, the vents sighing cool air to combat the damp. Somewhere in the house, a clock ticked, one of those decorative wall clocks, with hands instead of digits, the sound small but insistent. We did not make pizza. I sliced apples and opened individually wrapped granola bars. They watched me like hawks the entire time, eyes following my hands from fruit bowl to knife to cutting board. When I set their plates down, they ate without comment, without tricks, without waiting for me to take so much as a sip of water. They were complying. It didn't feel like surrender. It felt like setup. After we cleared the plates, I told them it was almost reading time. They looked at each other, some unspoken conversation passing between them. "Can we play one game first?" Lily asked. "Just one. It doesn't need anything. You can even sit down." "What kind of game?" I asked, my voice more cautious than I'd meant it to be. "It's a quiet game," she said. "We used to play it with the old sitter." The phrase hit something in me I couldn't quite name. Evan tugged out a chair at the kitchen table and sat down, folding his hands in front of him. Lily sat opposite him and gestured to the chair at the head of the table, the one that faced both of them and the rest of the kitchen. "You sit there," she said, "so you can watch us. That's part of it." I hesitated, then pulled the chair out and sat. The wood creaked softly under my weight. The kitchen felt narrower from that vantage point, the counters hemming us in the sliding door to the backyard, now directly in my peripheral vision. "Okay," I said. "What are the rules?" "Rule 1, Lily said, and her voice went oddly formal, like she was reciting from memory. "Nobody talks. Not even a little. No laughing, no coughing on purpose. Rule 2, nobody gets up. You have to stay in your chair. Rule 3, whoever makes a noise first loses." "That's it?" I asked. "It's just sitting in silence." "It's harder than you think," she said. "We can go a long time. The old sitter always lost first." The clock on the wall chose that moment to tick loud in the sudden absence of our voices. Tick, tock, tick, tock. Rain whispered on the roof. The fridge hummed, compressor rattling faintly. The AC exhaled cool air through the vent by the ceiling, pushing the kitchen light's glare down onto the table. "Ready?" Evan asked, grinning in a way that didn't match the stillness of his body. Sure, I said, even though something in my gut said no. Lily closed her eyes for a second, like she was flipping a switch inside herself. When she opened them again, there was a different kind of focus there. She nodded once. "Go," she said. And then they went completely unnervingly still. No fidgeting, no foot tapping, no looking around. They fixed their eyes on my face like I was a screen, and they were waiting for the next scene to start. The first few seconds were easy. I'd done enough awkward small talk at family gatherings to be used to silence in short bursts. The clock ticked steadily. The fridge hummed. The rain on the roof softened, then picked up again, a constant shifting pattern that my brain tried to track. After 30 seconds, my throat felt dry. I swallowed and wondered if that counted. Lily's eyes flickered tiny movement like she'd noticed. After a minute, every sound seemed magnified. The tick-tock of the wall clock drilled into my temples. The fridge's compressor cycle ended with a faint shudder, then cut off, leaving the AC as the main background noise. Even the barely audible buzz of the overhead light made itself known. Their faces didn't change. They sat there breathing shallow, like they were trying to take up as little space in the room as possible. Their hands still rested on the table fingers, barely touching the wood. We sat like that long enough that I started to feel stupid. Babysitter in the middle of a kitchen playing statue games with two kids while rain beat on the roof and the world outside drove past on I-65 clueless. That was when Lily broke the rules, not with a word, with a sound. Her right hand moved just a little, and I saw for the first time the small pen she'd been palming under the table. She brought it up slowly, eyes never breaking from mine, and clicked it. Just once. Click. The tiny noise sliced through the layered quiet like a pin popping a balloon. Technically, she'd lost. She'd made the first sound. But there was nothing apologetic in her expression. It looked more like confirmation. Like she'd wanted to see how close I was paying attention, how deep into the silence I was willing to go. I exhaled without meaning to a shuddering breath that I hadn't realized I'd been holding. "So you lost," I said, my voice rough in my own ears. "Guess game's over." Lily just smiled, small and deliberate. "We can play again later," she said. "We usually get better each time." The wall clock ticked. The rain pattered. The fridge restarted with a low groan. And sitting there at their kitchen table with the new babysitter rules taped to the fridge behind me, and two kids calmly testing how long they could keep me quiet, I realized this was not about fun for them. They weren't just passing time. They were measuring me. 4, 3, the binder. By 9 o'clock, the rain had settled into a steady, patient rhythm on the roof. Not a storm, just a constant tap, tap, tap that filled the spaces between the fridge hum and the wall clock's tick-tock. The house felt like it was breathing slow and shallow. "Teeth and pajamas," I said, standing at the bottom of the stairs. "You know the drill. 5 minutes. I'll come up and check." Lily and Evan stood side by side on the first step, looking down at me. "We know," Lily said. "We always know the rules." Evan gave a small, quick smile that did not touch his eyes. They turned and headed up. Their feet thudded against the carpeted stairs in that familiar padded rhythm. Halfway up the hallway, light washed over them, their shadows stretching long behind. The attic hatch waited at the top like a square of darker ceiling. I listened until I heard the bathroom door upstairs swing shut and the faint whoosh of the exhaust fan kick on. Water ran a toothbrush cup, clinked. Ordinary noises, exactly what you'd expect. Good. Let them be ordinary for a few minutes. In the kitchen, the sink was full of rinsed plates and cups, evidence of apples and granola bars, and one long, silent game. The trash under the sink was almost full, an excuse to grab a new bag and keep my hands busy. I tugged the cabinet door open with my foot while drying a plate. It was the low cupboard near the pantry, the one Melissa had once said was for kid stuff, junk, whatever we're tired of stepping on. I expected to see a roll of trash bags, maybe some cleaning supplies. Instead, I pulled too hard and something inside shifted. A plastic bin slid forward toward the edge of the shelf, the weight of whatever was inside dragging it all the way to the lip. The plate in my hand clinked against the counter as I grabbed the bin with both hands to keep it from tumbling out. "Great," I muttered. It was one of those clear, shallow storage containers with a cracked purple lid, clouded plastic edges dinged. Inside, there was a mess of paper, loose sheets, crumpled drawings, folded construction paper, some colored markers rolling around like they'd been tossed in without caps. I only meant to push it back. My fingers closed around the sides, and as I lifted to angle it, something inside slid just enough for its corner to catch the light. A flash of bright violet peered up from under the pile, a 3-ring binder, its cover a loud, glossy purple that looked newer than everything else around it. I hesitated, the bin perched halfway between in and out. Upstairs, I could still hear water running, the muffled thump of a cabinet door, the rise and fall of sibling voices echoing behind the bathroom door. Nothing urgent, nothing crashing. Curiosity won. I set the bin fully on the tile and knelt down, the cold from the floor seeping through my jeans. The overhead kitchen light reflected in the plastic lid, turning my face into a pale, warped oval above the jumble. The purple binder lay just under the top layer of paper, its edge worn a little white where it had been dragged against something. A strip of masking tape ran along its spine, the kind people use to label school supplies. In blocky marker letters, someone had written babysitter games. The words struck me in 2 different places at once. The rational part of my brain, thinking kids, playing, making up things, and the part that remembered, we're waiting for you to take the first bite, tightening around my heart. I glanced toward the stairs. The bathroom fan was still humming. The clock in the kitchen ticked steady. The rain tapped at the sliding door glass. I flipped the binder open. The first page was a piece of lined notebook paper, 3-hole, punched the tiers ragged around the rings. At the top, in large, uneven letters, was a title, Game Ideas. Underneath, in a rough list, each line written with a different amount of pressure, were phrases, make them eat something, see if they scream, see if they tell. There was no punctuation, no us or the babysitter specified. Just those 3 sentences sitting there, the marker strokes pressed so hard in places that the letters had bled through to the back. I turned the page with fingers that felt a little clumsy. The next sheet was a drawing. The house as seen in a child's view from above, but not truly a floor plan. Rooms were boxes outlined with a thicker black marker. Little labels in smaller, scratchier handwriting marked them Kitchen Living Lily Evan Mom Dad. 2 spots had been marked with dark red X's, the ink almost gouging the paper. One X sat in the kitchen right where the table would be. Another hovered in the hallway upstairs under a small square labeled attic. At the far end of the hall, by a rectangle that had to be the closet, someone had drawn a small black circle. No label. Just a dot. I could hear my own pulse now, a dull thump in my ears that almost matched the clock. I turned another page. This one had stick figures. 3 of them lined up in a row, 1 tall, 2 small. The tall one had a messy scribble of hair. The small ones had dots for eyes and straight lines for mouths. Beneath the tallest figure, someone had written in wobbly letters, babysitter. Next to them, a second set of stick figures, same arrangement, but the tallest one lay on its side. This time, arms and legs pointing in different directions. X's covered where the eyes had been. Around the head, someone had drawn jagged little triangles like shards or spikes radiating out. Underneath, in thicker, darker strokes of marker that had almost torn through the paper, was a sentence first one didn't finish. A line had been drawn straight through the lying down stick figure. Not an X this time. Just a single hard stroke crossing it out from head to toe. I stared until the letters started to blur. First one didn't finish. Meaning what? Didn't finish the game, didn't finish babysitting, didn't finish something else. The sentence sat there simple and horrible, daring me to fill in the blank with the worst thing I could imagine. Upstairs, the bathroom fan clicked off. The sudden silence from that corner of the house made all the other sounds jump, rain ticking on the roof, and windows, the fridge humming the clock's tick-tock, now too loud. I could also hear the muffled thud of feet on carpet moving from the bathroom back toward the bedrooms. Panic spiked through me. I slammed the binder shut without thinking, the covers clapping together with a soft, hollow whoomp. The paper in the bin shifted, a couple of loose drawings sliding out onto the tile. One showed someone crying, blue marker tears falling down a big round face. Another had what looked like the attic hatch, a square with a line through it, and a small stick figure beneath. My hands felt thick and useless. I stuffed the binder back into the bin at an angle, papers crumpling underneath it, some on top. It didn't look like it had. When I first saw it, I knew that, and the knowledge made my skin crawl. I shoved the bin back into the cupboard, its plastic edge scraping loudly against the wood. The cabinet door hit my shoulder as I tried to close it too fast, then bounced back before latching. I forced it shut with a louder thud than I meant to. Footsteps came down the stairs. Not running, not stomping, just that same steady, too controlled descent. I straightened up, grabbed a clean trash bag from the roll that actually lived in the other half of the cupboard, and focused on not looking like I'd just read a confession. When I turned, Lily was already in the doorway. She stood there as if she'd been standing there for minutes instead of seconds, pajama pants too long, toes bare on the tile. Her hair was damp around her face, combed straight. The skin under her eyes looked paler in the kitchen light. Evan wasn't beside her. I could hear him in the living room singing something under his breath, off-key, and low the words indistinct. Lily's gaze went not to my face, but to the cabinet I'd just closed. "Did you find our stories?" she asked. Her tone was light, almost conversational, but there was no mistaking what she meant. My mouth went dry. "Just getting a new trash bag," I lied, holding up the rolled plastic like a prop. "This one's full." She stepped into the kitchen, the soft slap of her feet on the tile too clear. "You're not supposed to look at our stories," she said. "They're private." I said the lie coming too quickly. I just moved the box. Her eyes finally came up to meet mine. There was no anger in them. Worse, there was no disappointment. Just that fixed, unreadable interest, like she was watching a bug decide which way to crawl. "Okay," she said. "If you say so." She walked past me close enough that I could smell the strawberry toothpaste on her breath, faint under the clean scent of kids' shampoo. Her shoulder brushed my arm just barely. As she passed, she tilted her head so her mouth was level with my ear. Her voice dropped to almost nothing, a breath more than a sound. The first babysitter tried to tell, she whispered. Nobody believed her either. She kept walking straight to the fridge where the new babysitter rules page fluttered slightly in the AC's breath. She smoothed it with one hand, pressing the tape down. Rain pattered against the glass of the sliding door. The clock ticked. The fridge hummed. Somewhere upstairs, the attic hatch sat in the ceiling over an empty hallway. And for the first time, I realized that whatever game Lily and Evan were playing with me had started long before I ever walked into their house. 5.1. Asking the wrong questions. After the night with the binder, the word before would not leave me alone. The first babysitter tried to tell. Nobody believed her either. It replayed in my head in the most ordinary moments, when I brushed my teeth, when I stood in line at Kroger, when I lay in bed staring at the off-white ceiling of our apartment. Every time I saw a babysitter in public, some girl in a hoodie shepherding kids through a Target aisle, I caught myself thinking, is that what she looked like? Is she okay? It was stupid maybe, but I started doing something I'd never done before. In that house, I imagined a version of the story where I wasn't the main character. Someone else had already played this part. Someone had stood in that same hallway under the attic hatch, sat at that same table with those same kids, watching them, heard the same weird sentences fall out of their mouths. Someone had seen enough to try to tell, and supposedly no one had listened. So I did the obvious thing. I asked my mom. We were in our kitchen again, the dented white fridge humming the little under-cabinet light, casting a weak yellow arc over the counter. She was rinsing her coffee mug scrubs, still on from her shift at the dental office, name tag half twisted. The radio on the windowsill played soft rock from the 80s, the singer's voice drifting through tinny speakers about broken hearts and second chances. "Hey," I said, leaning against the doorway with a cereal box in my hand. Did Melissa ever have another babysitter before me? My mom glanced over her shoulder, eyebrows knitting for half a second, like I'd interrupted a thought. "Of course she did," she said. "You think you're the first person in the world to watch their kids? I mean, recently," I said. "Like, before they asked about me." She rinsed the mug water hissing against ceramic and set it upside down on the dish towel. "I think there was a girl," she said slowly. "College age. One of the hygienist's nieces. She did it for a while, then her schedule changed. Night classes or something. Why did Melissa ever say anything about her?" I pressed. Like, why she stopped, or if there were any issues. My mom dried her hands and finally turned fully to look at me. "Is this about the glass again?" she asked. Maybe I admitted. "We already talked about that," she said. "You confronted the kids, you set a boundary. If you're still uncomfortable, we can pull you out for good, Mark. I told you that. But digging into their whole babysitter history is a little much." "Did she ever say her name?" I tried. "The old sitter." She frowned, searching her memory. "I don't know," she said. "Maybe once. It was months ago, and I have a lot of patience, okay. I just remember Melissa saying something like, 'Our college sitter got too busy, we're desperate.' And then I suggested you. That's all." The washing machine in the hallway started its spin cycle, the drum thumping in an unsteady rhythm. Somewhere outside, a car alarm chirped as someone locked their doors. The world kept doing normal things while my brain chewed on incomplete pieces. So there definitely was someone else, I said. Before me. "Yes," my mom said. "And she probably quit because of school, like a normal person." "You're reading way too much into this." She grabbed her mug and headed toward the couch, already done with the conversation. I watched her go, the back of her scrub top slightly wrinkled, the weight of a long shift hanging off her shoulders. I knew she was probably right from her angle, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd just confirmed the existence of a ghost without getting a name. A few days later, I went to the dental office to wait for her to finish a late shift so she could drive me home. It was summer, I wasn't driving yet, and sitting in her waiting room was cheaper than wasting gas having my brother shuttle me around. The office was one of those L-shaped strip mall units off Nolensville Pike, big glass windows in front parking lot, beyond the constant wash of traffic noise like white noise behind the glass. Inside, the air smelled like mint plastic gloves and that strange, sterile sweetness that only dental offices have. I sat in one of the vinyl chairs by the front desk, flipping through a dog-eared magazine without really seeing it. Behind the half wall, I could hear the distinct whine of a dental drill ramping up, then easing off. Water sprayed, a suction tube slurped. A hygienist laughed at something a patient said, her voice muffled by a mask. The desk phone rang twice, then cut off as someone picked up in the back. From the staff break room behind the desk, two voices floated out, one I recognized as my mom's, the other a younger assistant's. The door was cracked just enough that sound slipped through. "I'm serious," the younger voice was saying. "My cousin lives over by that cul-de-sac off Old Hickory. She says there are some weird kids on that street. Always watching people from the windows. Gives her the creeps." My ears perked up. "Every neighborhood has weird kids," my mom replied. "That's what kids are. Weird little people." "No, like extra weird," the assistant insisted. She said something about them making a sitter cry once, like sobbing in her car, over nothing. I leaned back in my chair, pretending to be more interested in an ad for whitening strips, heart kicking up a notch. "That might be the same family my son babysits for," my mom said. "Brad and Melissa." "Oh my God," the assistant said. "Yes, that's the name. My cousin said they're nice enough, just the kids are off." She couldn't tell if they were just smart and creepy or like actually dangerous. "Well, they're not dangerous," my mom said quickly. "They just pulled a stupid prank. Mark's handling it." "What kind of prank?" the assistant asked. The break room door swung shut, then cutting the rest off. The drill whined up again. A patient spat into a sink. The phone rang. The radio in the corner of the waiting room switched to a commercial for some car dealership horns honking obnoxiously in the background. I sat there staring at my reflection in the glass window across from me, a warped version of myself layered over the outline of parked cars and a fast food place across the lot. Behind my own eyes, I heard another line from the binder. First one didn't finish. That night after I got home, I did something I'd been avoiding. I texted Melissa. I'd never started a conversation with her before. Our texts had always been scheduling her, asking if I was free, me answering yes or no, her sending a thank you and a payment emoji after. It felt weird to type anything else. I kept it vague. "Hey, just wanted to check in. The kids seem intense sometimes. I hope I'm doing okay with them." I stared at it before sending, wondering if intense was too strong, then decided it was vague enough that she could interpret it however she wanted. If there was something she wanted to tell me, anything about past sitters, about what to watch out for, this seemed like a door I could crack open. The typing dots appeared almost immediately, then disappeared, then appeared again. Finally, a short reply popped up on my screen. "They really like you. You're doing great. Kids can be a lot, but you're handling it well. No mention of intense. No mention of anything unusual. No mention of anyone who came before." I waited a few minutes, then tried again. "If there's anything I should know about how they were with the last babysitter, I don't mind you telling me. Just want to make sure I'm doing things right." Dots. Gone. Dots again. Then our last sitter had some personal stuff going on and needed to stop. Had nothing to do with the kids. Don't worry about it. That was all. No name, no detail, no she was great, but... or she struggled with. Just personal stuff, and don't worry about it. A canned answer. The kind you give when you've rehearsed a line and you're tired of repeating it. For someone who overshared about everything else. Office drama, traffic, school projects. Melissa suddenly had nothing to say. Lying in bed that night, listening to our apartment's air conditioner click on and rattle itself into a steady hum. I felt the gap between what everyone was telling me and what I had seen with my own eyes stretch wider. My mom thought I was overreacting. The assistant's cousin thought the kids were just creepy. Melissa thought, or pretended to think, that everything was normal, that the last sitter had simply drifted off like it was no big deal. And somewhere in a purple binder, in a low cabinet under crumpled drawings and old marker caps, were stick figures and sentences that did not fit any of those stories. I had started asking questions, expecting uneasy laughs, maybe a confession that the kids had a phase or a rough patch with someone before me. Instead, every answer I got felt like someone politely shutting a door in my face. Eventually, you start wondering if you're the one at the wrong house. 5.2. The neighbor across the street. Curiosity isn't a switch you flip off, it's a leak. You tell yourself you're done, you're out, you're going to put a family in the mental drawer labeled Weird Chapter and shut it tight. But then you're lying awake on a Tuesday night with your phone lighting up your face, staring at texts from Melissa, at pictures of other people's ordinary kids on social media, and your brain keeps circling the same gap first one didn't finish. Ambulance. Allergy reaction. Eventually, you stop pretending you're not going to do something about it. It wasn't even a babysitting night the first time I drove back to their cul-de-sac without being asked. It was a Thursday late enough that most people were messing with dinner or dishes early enough that nobody would think twice about a car idling on a side street. It had rained on and off all day. By the time I pulled off Old Hickory toward their neighborhood, it had settled into that thin, whispery drizzle that just hangs in the air. The wipers made lazy arcs across my windshield, squeaking at the end of each pass. I didn't park in front of their house. That would have been too obvious even for me. I kept going past the cul-de-sac, looped around the block, and found a spot a little ways down the adjoining street, where I could see the opening of their circle if I craned my neck. From there, their house was an angle of light, a warm square that pulsed whenever someone moved past the living room window. Headlights from passing cars briefly painted the brick in white streaks, then moved on. I killed the engine and left the radio off. The only sounds were rain hitting the hood and roof in tiny uneven taps and the distant hush of traffic from I-65, a constant low shh far off behind the houses. I told myself I was just looking, trying to see the house the way everyone else did. From a distance, it was just one more two-story with a neat yard, a front porch, and a family inside watching TV. No neon sign blinking "Something's wrong here." After a few minutes, I rolled the window down a crack. Damp air crept in, cool and smelling faintly like wet grass and pavement. Crickets had started up somewhere in the trees, their rhythms slipping in and out of sync with the rain. From this angle, I could see the big front window of Brad and Melissa's living room. The lights were on inside, casting rectangular glows onto the wet driveway. Shadows moved occasionally across them, tall ones, adults probably. I imagined Melissa cleaning up dinner, Brad flipping channels. Upstairs, one of the smaller windows flared on. A softer, more contained light. A figure took shape there, dark against the brightness. Even from that distance, I knew it was Lily. She stood at the glass, perfectly still, framed by the window. Her hair fell straight down, no ponytail this time. One hand rested against the pane, fingers splayed slightly. She wasn't pressed up against it like a little kid. No nose smushed, no breath fogging it. Just standing looking out at what I didn't know. The street, the circle of asphalt, the dark beyond the cul-de-sac, where my car idled with its lights off. She stayed like that for a long time. Long enough that my legs started to cramp from keeping it in the same position. Long enough that I started counting seconds, then lost track. Watching someone who doesn't know you're watching is unsettling in a particular way. Watching a kid who seems like she absolutely knows she's being watched even from a distance is worse. I almost left. Instead, I noticed her neighbor's front door open. Across from Brad and Melissa's diagonal from their driveway, was a smaller, older house, single-story, peeling paint on the trim, a few potted plants that looked like they died and come back a couple of times. I'd never paid much attention to it before. My focus had always been drawn to the newer place, the symmetrical landscaping, the minivan. A woman stepped out onto the small front porch of the older house, letting the screen door whisper shut behind her. She wore a faded sweatshirt, pajama pants tucked into rubber sandals, and had her hair piled into a careless knot on top of her head. She cupped a hand around a cigarette as she flicked a lighter. The tiny chick of the flint and the soft whoof of the flame were quiet enough that I shouldn't have heard them from where I was. But with my window cracked and the rain keeping other sounds subdued, they reached me as half sounds suggested more than heard. The tip of the cigarette glowed orange in the dim, then faded into a little red dot as she inhaled. She blew the smoke out toward the street, watching it drift in the light from her porch. On impulse, I opened my car door. The smell of wet asphalt and cigarettes hit me as I stepped out, pulling my hoodie tighter against the drizzle. I walked casually toward the cul-de-sac, hands in my pockets, head down like I was just a bored teenager with nowhere better to be. By the time I curved into the circle, I was close enough to read the house numbers. The woman on the porch eyed me with that suburban mix of curiosity and caution. Evening, she said, smoke curling out around the word. Hey, I answered, slowing, like I was trying to orient myself. Sorry, do you know if this is still Madison Court? I think my GPS freaked out. She snorted softly. Still Madison, she said, unless they changed it just to mess with me. I laughed once, politely. Cool, I said. I'm supposed to meet a friend on Old Hickory, but my app tried to send me through the woods, I swear. She took another drag, glanced past me toward Brad and Melissa's house automatically. Habit, maybe. Or reflex. Yeah, they'll do that, she said. Try to shave off 30 seconds and send you into a ditch instead. We traded a couple more nothing sentences about the rain, about how the cul-de-sac flooded near the gutter, if it really poured, about the traffic noise from the interstate. Her accent was local, a little rough around the edges. Up in the window across the street, Lily hadn't moved. She was still standing there, a shadow inside a square of light. So you live around here, I asked, nodding back in the general direction of the main road. Or just visiting like me. She tapped ash into a little ceramic dish on the railing. The sound was soft, a faint tink of ash hitting glazed clay. Been here 15 years, she said. Long enough to see them build half these houses and tear down everything that was here before. Now it's all dentists and accountants and welcome home signs from Hobby Lobby. The mention of dentists made my skin prickle. I swallowed it. That one's newish, right? I said, jerking my chin toward Brad and Melissa's place, like I didn't know it intimately from the inside. My mom thought about moving over here once. The woman's lips pulled tight for a second, almost a smile, almost not. Newer than mine, she said. They've been there a few years now. She took another drag, exhaled slowly. Her eyes stayed on the house across the street, not on me. Those kids across the street, she added like she couldn't help herself. They're a handful. The way she said handful did something cold to my spine. I didn't jump on it right away. I let there be a beat. Yeah, I said, pretending I'd only barely noticed. What, like loud or... She made a non-committal noise in the back of her throat. Kids are kids, she said. Some are louder than others. Some are meaner than others. Those two... She shrugged. They're just... off. Off how I asked. She glanced at me, then really looked like she was trying to place me. I braced for her to somehow connect me to their porch, to my car, to the nights I'd spent inside that house. Instead, she just squinted through the drizzle. You're not one of their cousins, are you? She asked. No, I said quickly. Just My friend lives over by the highway. I've driven through here a couple times. She seemed satisfied with that. Anyway, she said, flicking ash again. Couple years back, before you started driving through, I guess there was a sitter they had. Younger girl, came over a lot. Nice enough. Always waved, didn't park in front of my mailbox, so I liked her. Something tightened in my chest. What happened to her, I asked, trying to keep my tone light. She took her time answering, watching the burning end of her cigarette, as if the story was in there. One night an ambulance showed up, she said finally. Lights, no siren. Pulled right up in front of their house. Little girl from up the block came running over here. Knocked on my door, all panicked, saying somebody was sick. Who, I asked. The kids. That's what I asked, she said. But by the time I got out here, the EMTs were already inside. Saw them bring someone out on a stretcher, but it was dark and raining and they were all bundled up. She paused, eyes half closed, remembering. Looked small, she said. Could have been one of the kids. Could have been that babysitter. Could have been a ghost for all I could see. A car passed at the opening of the cul-de-sac, its tires hissing through the wet. Headlights briefly lit the house across the street, turning its front windows into bright, opaque squares. Lily's silhouette vanished in the glare, then reappeared when it passed. What did they say happened? I asked, my heart hammering. Daddy over there said it was an allergy thing, the woman said. Reaction to food. Nothing to see, just a scare, everything's fine now. You know how people are. They don't want gossip starting. Was it fine, I asked? She shrugged. I didn't see any funerals, she said. So I guess so. Babysitter stopped coming, though. Thought maybe she got rattled and quit. She gave me a sideways look. Or maybe her mama pulled her out. Can't say I'd blame her. The rain picked up for a moment, drumming harder on her porch roof. She flicked the butt of her cigarette into the dish, where it hissed faintly. I shouldn't talk, she said, suddenly brisk. People have bad days. Bad luck. It's not my business. You said they were off, I reminded her. She made another "that's just how it is" sound. Some people just have bad luck, she said. Some houses too. Doesn't mean anything. Not unless you let it. Behind her, through her front window, a TV flashed images, some game show contestants jumping up and down, sound muted. Across the street, Brad and Melissa's living room window glowed steady, no movement now. When I glanced up, Lily was gone from her post. I thanked the woman for the directions I hadn't needed and walked back to my car, rain soaking into my hoodie jeans, sticking to my shins. I felt her eyes on my back until I turned the corner out of the circle. Sitting behind the wheel again, I let my head drop against the headrest for a second. Ambulance. Lights, no siren. Allergy reaction. Babysitter gone. My hands moved before my brain caught up. I started the engine, pulled away from the neighborhood, and drove until my phone picked up steady signal again. Then I pulled into an empty strip mall parking lot, the kind with one nail salon, one vape shop, one empty unit with a for lease sign. Rain ticked on the hood as I opened my browser and typed ambulance, street name, Nashville allergic reaction babysitter, Nashville teen babysitter hospitalized food reaction. I hit search. Dozens of results came back, none of them what I needed. Health articles, random local news about food, recalls a story about a kid having an allergic reaction at a school cafeteria 3 years ago. Nothing about a babysitter and a quiet cul-de-sac off Old Hickory. I tried narrower terms, broader ones. Just the street name and the word ambulance. More noise, no signal. The glow from my screen lit the inside of the car in a sickly blue. My reflection stared back at me faintly in the glass layered over blurred headlines and stock photos of ambulances I'd never seen. Out in the distance, I could hear the interstate again, a constant, dull rush. Closer crickets screeched from some strip of grass. The rain started to ease up droplets, making softer, more spaced-out taps on the hood. No articles. No public record I could find in 10 minutes of amateur investigating on my phone. Maybe the neighbor was exaggerating. Maybe it really had been an allergy. Maybe the sitter had been fine. Or maybe the only real record of that night was in a purple binder in a low cabinet, in a house where kids drew stick figures and scratched hard enough into paper to leave scars. 5.3, the post. By the time I found her, I wasn't even really looking for her anymore. That night I was just scrolling. That mindless, exhausted doom scroll you do when you're too wired to sleep, but too tired to do anything useful. It was a little after 2 in the morning. Our apartment was dark except for the rectangle of my laptop screen. The only other light was the sliver of orange from the parking lot shining through the blinds. The fridge kicked on with a low groan behind me. The AC unit under the window shuddered, then settled into its constant rattling hum. Out in the lot, a car door slammed, an engine turned over, faded away. Everything felt small and hollow. I was on some rabbit hole that had started as babysitting horror stories and had devolved into a mess of tabs, an Ask Reddit thread from years ago, a couple of old blog posts, a local Facebook group argument about whether teens were lazy now. I told myself I was just killing time. But my fingers kept drifting back to the same search terms: babysitting Nashville cul-de-sac, old hickory babysitter, creepy kids sitter story. Most of what came up was junk. People complaining about payment, funny stories about toddlers and spilled juice, a guy bragging about never changing diapers. I skimmed more than I read. Then I landed on a screenshot someone had posted to a Best of Babysitting Horror Stories compilation. The source, according to the tiny caption, was a local subreddit, not the big one, but one of those regional offshoots, the kind with only a few thousand members and a ton of drama. The post was old, 4 or 5 years, judging by the timestamp in the corner. The title was something over the top, like "What's the creepiest thing a kid has ever done while you were babysitting?" Most of the top comments were what you'd expect. Kids standing over beds in the middle of the night, spontaneous declarations about death, imaginary friends with too specific details. But one reply caught my eye partly because of the way it looked. The username was generic, just a first name and numbers combo. The comment itself wasn't there anymore, just a gray bar that said "deleted" underneath, though someone had replied to it a long time ago. And when they replied, they'd quoted the original. My cursor hovered over that little gray one reply triangle like it might burn me. Then I clicked it. The reply unfolded. "I used to babysit for this family in a cul-de-sac off Old Hickory in Nashville. 2 kids, both grade school age. The parents were always super nice at first, over the top. 'We're so grateful we trust you so much,' that kind of thing. But the kids, something was wrong. Not in a 'they're on the spectrum' way, not in a 'they're abused' way. Just wrong. At first it was little things. Following me around the house without talking. Watching me sleep from the doorway when I crashed on the couch. Asking questions about what it would sound like if someone tried to scream with their mouth full. Stuff you try to laugh off. Then one night they put something sharp in my food. My mouth went dry. The glow from the laptop screen made my hands look washed out and unreal. The rest of the room was just a dark outline: the fridge, the counter, the narrow hallway leading to my mom's room. The AC wheezed, paused, wheezed again. I scrolled a little further. It was in a slice of pizza. I only saw it because I held it up under the kitchen light and it flashed. Little clear pieces like glass or plastic stuck in the cheese. My stomach dropped. I confronted them and they laughed. told me they wanted to see if I would notice. I told the parents. I thought they'd freak out, ground the kids for life, maybe get them evaluated. Instead, they turned it around on me. Said I was making up a story for attention, that I seemed very dramatic, that maybe I dropped something in the food and was embarrassed. They made it my fault. When I told them I didn't feel safe coming back, they started hinting I was unstable. They said no one else had ever had a problem, that they'd never heard any screaming from their kids about me. That line stuck in my head for weeks. Nobody heard you scream, so how bad could it have been? I moved out of Nashville not too long after. Still get nightmares about those kids watching me eat. There it was, cul-de-sac off Old Hickory. 2 kids, pizza, glass in the food, the laughing, the parents flipping it. Nobody heard you scream, so how bad could it have been? I hadn't even realized I'd stopped breathing until the AC cycle ended, and the sudden quiet made my own inhale sound too loud. I looked up from the screen for a second, like I expected someone to be standing in my doorway. There was no one. The hallway was empty, just the faint glow of my mom's alarm clock bleeding under her door. The fridge gave a little metallic click and shifted into a lower hum. Back on the screen, the rest of the quoted comment was shorter. Anyway, I've never told anyone in real life because every time I try, I sound crazy. Kids don't do that, apparently. Not in nice neighborhoods. Not when their parents are good people. So I'm telling strangers on the internet. Hi. Below the quote, the person who'd replied had added their own commentary. Holy shit, that's terrifying. I don't care if the parents are in denial, that's some future Dateline episode vibes. I hope you're okay now. And then below that, another nested reply from some other user added months later. Kids can't be that evil. You're just making up creepypasta for karma. That last line sat under everything like a rotten foundation. Kids can't be that evil. It looked exactly like every comment I'd ever seen on horror videos on true story posts. No matter what someone said, there was always someone ready to accuse them of lying for attention. Anything that sounded too bad had to be fake. I scrolled up, trying to click on the original username. Deleted, no profile, no post history, nothing left. I went back to the top of the thread searching for mentions of Nashville Old Hickory cul-de-sacs. There were other comments, but nothing as specific. A few vague "I babysat some creepy kids" once stories from other states. One comment complaining about how underpaid sitters were. Nothing that matched this. The only reason this one existed at all was because someone had quoted it. If they hadn't, it would just be a gray deleted in a sea of throwaway horror. It felt like stumbling across a message in a bottle that someone had tried to burn. The clock on my laptop read 2:07 a.m. The apartment seemed to lean in around me. Behind my head, the fridge compressor clicked off, plunging the kitchen into a deeper quiet. For a moment, the only sound was the faint, high whine of the laptop fan and my own heartbeat. Then, in that soft vacuum, the AC unit in the window hiccuped. For a single second, its rattle died completely. A familiar mechanical hush slid through the room. No fridge, no AC, no neighbor doors, no cars. Just the faint electrical buzz of the laptop and the blood in my ears. I sat completely still, hands hovering over the keyboard. The light from the screen made my reflection faintly visible on the black parts. My own face, pale and wide-eyed, layered over text about another sitter who had sat in another quiet house and tried to get someone to believe her. In my head, I heard Lily's voice again. The first babysitter tried to tell. Nobody believed her either. The hush broke like a held breath. The AC lurched back to life in a coughing groan. The fridge clicked on again. Somewhere outside, a car rolled past, tires whispering over the pavement. The world resumed. I scrolled back down to the bottom of the quoted comment and read it again, slower eyes tracking every word. Cul-de-sac off Old Hickory. 2 kids. Something sharp in my food. Nobody heard you scream, so how bad could it have been? I could see it all: the same kitchen layout, the same sliding door to the backyard, the same overhead light glinting off invisible edges. A different sitter, different Saturday night, same game. I imagined her leaving their house the way I had, hands shaking on the steering wheel, heart beating too loud. I imagined her sitting somewhere in an apartment or dorm, typing out her story to a bunch of strangers, because it was the only place she could risk sounding insane. And then I imagined what happened when she tried in real life. Parents accusing her of making it up. Friends saying she was overreacting. Internet strangers pointing at her anonymized horror and calling it creepypasta. It didn't take a genius to draw a line from that to I moved out of Nashville not too long after. I sat there in the dim with my laptop warming my knees and the cheap hum of our appliances filling my ears, and saw my own future branch into 2 equally bad options. Option 1, I kept my mouth shut, took the money, played the games, tried to stay 1 step ahead of kids who like to put glass in people's food and silence in their houses. Option 2, I told. Really told. Not the watered-down version I'd given my mom, not the vague texts I'd sent Melissa. The full story. The binder, the rules, the glass, the whispers, and watched everyone look at me the way they'd looked at her. Kids can't be that evil. You're just making it up. You're being dramatic. Somewhere between those 2 options was a third one I didn't want to think about yet. The one where I didn't give them a chance to decide whether I was telling the truth. Where I just walked away, blocked numbers, never went back to that house. Pretended the cul-de-sac was nothing but a street on a map. The comment on my screen lurked their half-erased proof that someone else had already tried that middle road, tried to warn, tried to be believed, and had ended up as a ghost in a quoted reply buried under a stranger's 1-line dismissal. I closed the tab, then reopened it 2 seconds later, like the words would change if I looked away. They didn't. Outside, a siren wailed somewhere far off, Dopplered by distance, then faded. The AC rattled. The fridge hummed. My laptop fan whirred, trying to keep the heat of its own circuits under control. I sat there until the lines of text blurred and my eyes burned, knowing now that the first one Lily had talked about had been real, had screamed, had tried to tell, and had been filed away as fiction. And the worst part was, for the first time, I could see exactly how easy it would be for everyone to do the same thing to me. 6.1. Leaving the cul-de-sac behind, almost. In the end, I didn't leave that house because of some dramatic final showdown. There was no screaming match, no cops, no slammed door that made the picture frames rattle. I left by doing what everyone had told me the first babysitter did. I told them I got too busy. I remember the exact day I decided. It wasn't the night with the glass. It wasn't the night with the binder. It wasn't even the night I sat in my dark kitchen at 2 a.m., staring at a deleted Reddit comment that matched my life a little too well. It was a Tuesday afternoon, 2 weeks before school started again. I was sitting at our kitchen table, SAT prep book open in front of me, highlighter uncapped, and slowly drying out in my hand while my mom went over bills at the counter. The fridge hummed. The AC coughed on. A neighbor's kid laughed in the parking lot outside, shrill and careless. My phone buzzed. It was Melissa. Hey Mark, any chance you're free Saturday? We could really use you. I stared at the screen. I thought about the first time I walked into their house, how clean and bright it had looked, how normal the cul-de-sac had seemed. I thought about the bag of glass in the trash can, that hadn't been there when my brother looked the purple binder labeled Babysitter Games, the drawing of the stick figure with XX for eyes, and the words, "First one didn't finish." I thought about the comment from the anonymous sitter I moved out of Nashville not too long after. Still get nightmares about those kids watching me eat. And for once, instead of telling myself I was being dramatic, I believed her more than I believed anyone else. My thumbs moved almost on their own. "Hey, Melissa, sorry I'm starting SAT stuff, and my mom wants me to focus more on school. I'm also looking at getting a part-time job, so I probably can't commit to Saturdays anymore." Dots. Gone. Dots again. "Totally understand," she wrote back. "You've been such a big help to us. If things calm down and you ever want to pick up a night, let me know." There was a little sad emoji at the end. That was it. No anger. No guilting. No questions. A clean exit on paper. Telling my mom was trickier. She was still bent over a stack of envelopes when I cleared my throat. "Hey," I said. "Just so you know, I told Melissa I probably can't do Saturdays anymore. I need to, study. Maybe apply for a job that isn't babysitting." She glanced up, pen paused. Already she asked, "I thought you said you were going to give it a little more time." "I did," I said. "And I will. If I get a real job somewhere like evenings or weekends, I can't be on call for them too. I didn't say they put glass in my food and have a binder about babysitters. I didn't say they know the first one tried to tell and think it's funny. I said the acceptable version." She sighed, but it was more resigned than upset. "I get it," she said. "You're growing up. If you're really done, you should let her know for sure. Don't leave it vague." "I will," I lied. "I just told her things are getting busy." She turned back to the bills. I turned back to my SAT book. The highlighter had left a faint neon streak across the same sentence 3 times. I didn't go back to their house after that. Not for babysitting anyway. You'd think putting physical distance between yourself and the place that scared you would make the fear shrink. It doesn't really. It just changes shape. I got older. Life got noisier in other ways. At 17, I got a part-time job unloading trucks at a warehouse off I-24 in one of those industrial stretches, where the buildings all look the same, big concrete boxes with roll-up doors and faded company logos. Nights there had their own soundtrack forklifts beeping in reverse pallet jacks, clattering over seams in the concrete. The overhead PA crackling to life every so often with codes and names. "Pick team to lane 3. Shipping needs a scan on pallet 16. Break in 10. The air inside was always a little too cold, no matter how hot it was outside. Massive AC units droned in the ceiling, their low roar vibrating in your bones if you stood still long enough. Tape guns screeched as people sealed boxes, the sound ripping through the space like Velcro tearing. Shrink wrap crinkled plastic on cardboard over and over. Sometimes when a pallet shifted and something heavy thudded onto the concrete, my chest would seize before my brain caught up. For half a second, it wasn't a box of discount kitchen appliances falling over. It was the sound of that unseen thud upstairs in Brad and Melissa's house, the one that had come from nowhere, and nowhere had explained. I learned to hide it. You can't be the guy in a warehouse who jumps every time something hits the floor. So I made myself breathe through it, made myself listen to the rest of the warehouse noise until the echo in my head faded. The forklift beep, beep, beep backing up near the loading bay. The low rumble of a delivery truck outside engine idling. The slap of tape across cardboard. The PA announcing break times, someone's voice always a little too close to the mic. At first I thought the job would be a clean break from anything that reminded me of that house. No kids, no families, no cul-de-sacs. Just boxes and barcodes and the satisfying math of shelves and inventory. Then I realized how many things, once you've lived through something like that, sound a little too familiar. The night shift hush in a huge building when everyone's on task and no one's talking. That feels like the hush in a quiet house right before something hits the ceiling. The sudden stop of everything, the brief moment when the forklift shuts off the PA is silent. The AC cycles between roars, and you can hear your own breath get loud in your ears. That feels like the mechanical hush in a suburban living room when the fridge, HVAC, and highway all hold their breath at once. I'd be breaking down a pallet box cutter, slicing through plastic in clean lines, when a random memory would surface Lily's voice asking, "Have you ever watched someone sleep, Evans casual? If someone swallowed glass, do you think they'd scream or just bleed?" My hands would keep moving. Tape pulling, cardboard folding, label scanner chirping. But part of me was still sitting at a kitchen table in another life, pretending not to see what was wrong. As I moved into my 20s, I drew invisible lines around myself that nobody else knew were there. No babysitting. Ever again. Not for cousins, not for neighbors, not for co-workers' kids. "I'm not a kid person" became an easy joke, a line I could toss off with a shrug and a smile. People laughed and said, "Oh, you'll change your mind," and I didn't bother to argue. In Walmart, in Target, in grocery stores, I learned to avoid the toy aisles without even thinking about it. If I heard kids laughing somewhere past the end of an aisle, I'd take the long way around. Not because every child sounded like Lily or Evan, but because in the middle of all that shrill, chaotic noise, my brain would zero in on any voice that sounded too quiet. Any pair of eyes that stared for just a beat too long. It wasn't rational. Traumas rarely are. I got into horror ironically. It started with one of those compilation channels, Top 10 Unsolved Mysteries, Creepiest National Park Disappearances, the kind of stuff you throw on in the background while you eat microwaved dinner in front of the TV. I'd come home from the warehouse close to midnight shoes, smelling like dust and cardboard shoulders, aching from lifting, and let other people's nightmares drown out the echoes of my own. The narrators' voices were almost soothing. Deep, steady, practiced. They talked about strange lights in the woods, missing hikers, weird neighbors. They talked about real monsters with human names and fake monsters with local legends. Anything that wasn't about kids and babysitters I could handle. The first time a video title popped up in my recommendations with the words "babysitting horror stories" in it, my thumb moved faster than my brain. Skip. Not interested. The algorithm got the hint. I watched haunted highway stories, true crime, about rest stops, weird things overheard on night shift. I let myself lean into the fear when it was about something distant, something with a narrator and a comment section and a clear end. But every once in a while, even in other stories, that word would sneak back in babysitter, thrown out casually in someone else's tale. And my chest would tighten, my fingers curling around the remote just a little too hard. Years passed that way. Warehouse shifts, cheap coffee horror videos, late-night drives with the radio low. The cul-de-sac faded from my day-to-day life, shrank to something that only came up in flashes when the conditions lined up just right. I told myself I'd left it behind. I moved into my own place, eventually closer to the warehouse, farther from Nolansville and Old Hickory and the dental office where my mom still worked. New apartment, new fridge hum, new AC rattle. Different neighbors, different parking lot noises at 2 a.m. I almost let myself believe the words, the first babysitter belonged to some other life entirely. But then one ordinary afternoon walk through Walmart proved that even if you leave the cul-de-sac, the game doesn't always stay where you left it. 6.2 news stories and patterns. It had been years since I'd set foot in their house when the news story came on. It was one of those nothing nights, you know the kind. I had a rare evening off from the warehouse, no plans, no energy to leave the apartment. I microwaved some leftovers, sat on my sagging couch, and let the TV pick for me. My brain was too tired to scroll. The remote landed on a true crime channel midway through an episode. Soft, ominous music pulsed under a male narrator's voice, low and serious. B-roll of a nice house in some other state, different trees, different license plates, same carefully trimmed hedges and double garage. At first, the narrator was saying it looked like a tragic accident. A young babysitter found unresponsive in the family's kitchen, a plate of food still on the counter. I froze with a fork halfway to my mouth. On screen, they showed a blurred photo of a teenager, probably pulled from Facebook, smiling in some park. Then a reenactment shot an actress in a hoodie collapsing in slow motion next to a kitchen island, one hand reaching toward a plate. A toxicology report, the narrator continued, would later reveal that her meal had been contaminated with a dangerous amount of prescription medication. I set my fork down. The plastic tines clicked lightly against the plate. The show cut to an interview with a detective, his face serious, jaw clenched, tie a little too tight. He talked about pill bottles, access timelines. The music under him was a slow thrum, a heartbeat running under everything. The most disturbing part, the narrator said over another reenactment, was the evidence suggesting that the pills had been deliberately crushed and mixed into the babysitter's food. The reenactment actress stirred something in a bowl. The camera zoomed in on white powder dissolving in sauce. I felt my throat lock. The story went on. The parents insisted it had been an accident. The kids said they didn't know anything. There was no concrete way to prove who had physically put the medication into the food. In the end, no one served jail time. The phrases that kept coming up were accidental poisoning, insufficient evidence, tragic outcome. The babysitter survived barely. They showed her years later in a quick interview shot older, but her hands still shook. She said she didn't babysit anymore. She said she sometimes had nightmares about little hands near my plate. The background music dipped low, then resolved into a slightly hopeful note, because that was how these shows liked to pretend they wrapped things up. I muted the TV. The narrator's mouth still moved silently on screen, but the apartment dropped into a thick quiet. The only sounds left were the low hum of my fridge, the faint rush of the AC through the vent, and the muffled bass of someone's music bleeding through the wall from the next unit over. On the silent screen, they showed a shot of the family's house again. Rain on the driveway. Police tape once, then no tape. A cul-de-sac in a different state. My chest felt tight. It wasn't my story. Different place, different poison, different parents. But the bones of it were close enough that my brain didn't care about details. Babysitter, food, kids. Parents denying anything was wrong. No one really punished. For a moment, I saw two timelines layered on top of each other. The one where I'd almost taken a bite of that slice, and the one where the girl on TV had swallowed whatever was in hers. One of us had noticed in time. One of us hadn't. The show cut to commercial bright colors, loud jingles, smiling families selling detergent. I sat there in the silence I'd created by muting everything and felt something settle over me like dust. If kids do something evil and adults refuse to believe it, where does that evil go? That was the question that lodged itself in my mind and wouldn't dislodge. It felt too dramatic even to think in words, but there it was. If nobody corrects it, punishes it, even acknowledges it, does it just sink into them and harden there? Does it come back later in bigger ways? Or does it just float around in the spaces between people who almost died and people who don't want to hear about it? I didn't talk about that thought out loud, obviously. It's the kind of sentence that makes people tilt their heads and ask if you're okay. On the surface, my life was normal enough. In my 20s, I had a couple of relationships, the kind that last a few months and then end with "it's not you, it's timing" speeches. I always blamed work, the night shifts, the exhaustion. The truth was, whenever we got close to that level where you start sharing childhood stories, I'd feel myself balk. "What were you like as a teenager?" they'd ask, laughing. "I did some babysitting," I'd say, and immediately change the subject. If they pushed, I'd make up something about boring kids and spilled juice and never bring up the cul-de-sac. I couldn't figure out how to tell the story without sounding like I was trying to out-horror the horror channels we watched together. The trust thing bled into other parts of my life too. If a boss said it was just a misunderstanding when something unfair happened, my teeth clenched. If someone brushed off a kid's creepy comment as just a phase, my shoulders tightened. I told myself I was just sensitive because of what I'd seen. I told myself it wasn't that big a deal. Then one night at the warehouse, my inbox brought it all crashing in again. I still used my old high school email for junk signups, for store loyalty cards, spam from places I'd ordered from once. I checked it maybe once a week, usually on break, thumbing through ads while sitting on a plastic chair in the break room, the vending machine humming beside me. This night, I was at my apartment. Another late shift, done uniform shirt still smelling like cardboard and dust. I'd showered, eaten something forgettable, and opened my laptop to zone out for half an hour before bed. New email 1. The notification sound was a soft ding that cut through the quiet of my living room. The TV was off. The only light came from the laptop screen on my coffee table. The fridge in the kitchen chose that exact moment to click its compressor on adding a low, vibrating hum to the room. I clicked over to my old inbox. Buried between a sale from some department store and an automated message about a password change was a subject line that punched me in the chest. Babysitter games, the sender address, was a string of nonsense letters, numbers, nothing that meant anything. No name, no recognizable domain beyond one of those generic free email providers. For a full 10 seconds, I just stared at the subject line. The overhead light reflected faintly in the laptop screen, turning my face into a ghost hovering over the word babysitter. My rational brain kicked in first spam. Probably some weird mailing list tying babysitter and games together for a coupon or a scam. Some badly targeted ad. I clicked it anyway. There was no text in the body of the email. No greeting, no link, no unsubscribe footer. Just an image attachment. Untitled, JPG. My finger hovered over the trackpad. I could hear my own breathing, the AC's low blow through the vent, the faint ticking of the cheap wall clock above the TV. I double-clicked. The picture filled the screen. It was a photo of a piece of lined paper, slightly crumpled. The edges fuzzed where it had been torn out of a notebook. The lighting was bad yellowish, like a lamp in a kid's room. A shadow of whoever had taken the picture cut across the bottom corner, just out of frame. On the paper, in thick marker strokes, were 3 stick figures, one taller, 2 shorter. The taller one stood at a table drawn as a simple rectangle. The smaller ones were on the other side of it. None of them had faces, just blank circles for heads. Above their heads, in messy, uneven handwriting, someone had written, "We're waiting for you to take the first bite." The words hit me like a physical thing. My vision tunneled for a second, everything outside the screen going dim. I knew that sentence. I knew it from a bright kitchen, with a stainless steel fridge and a cheap wall clock ticking too loudly. I knew it from the way Lily's eyes had stayed locked on my face while my hand had lifted that slice of pizza. I knew it from a quoted, half-erased comment on a forum where another babysitter had told strangers they put something sharp in my food. My hands went cold. You can explain almost anything if you work hard enough. It was probably a prank, I told myself. Some chain email, some creepy pasta image someone had made and sent out to 100 addresses scraped from somewhere. Maybe it was a coincidence. Maybe it wasn't even meant for me. Maybe my email had just been one of many. Maybe. The fridge hummed louder like it was straining. The sound made the moment feel eerily like that quiet in their kitchen when the AC, the freezer, the distant highway had all fallen silent at once. I checked the sender again. No profile picture, no name, no earlier messages in the thread. I checked the full header the way people on tech forums say you should. It was all jargon and server hops and IP numbers that meant nothing to me. There was no reply address that looked like a person I knew. No Brad, no Melissa, no whatever the first sitter's name had been. Just a string of nonsense and a subject line that dug old splinters out of my brain. I deleted the email. Then I went to the trash folder and deleted it again permanently, as if that did anything. For the rest of the night, sleep wasn't an option. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that digital image overlaying the real memory marker stick figures, sitting where Lily and Evan had sat the words over their heads, like a caption. "We're waiting for you to take the first bite." I told myself it was just the universe's sense of humor pushing coincidences together until they felt like patterns. I told myself I was being paranoid, that my brain was wired to see meaning where there might not be any. But somewhere under all that rationalizing, something else whispered. Or maybe once you're part of a game, it doesn't matter how far you walk away from the cul-de-sac. Maybe the game knows where to find you. 6.3. The Walmart aisle. I was 26 the night I saw her again, and it happened in the most boring place in the world. Walmart on Antioch Pike, 10:30 on a weeknight. The kind of place and time where the store feels half asleep, shelves half restocked, employees moving in slow loops, customers mostly night shift people like me, and parents grabbing last-minute school stuff. The fluorescent lights hummed overhead in long rows, buzzing faintly like flies stuck in plastic. Everything under them looked a little washed out, labels, too bright, faces a little too pale. The air conditioning blasted hard enough that I could feel it through my hoodie, a constant cold breath from the ceiling. My cart squeaked with every third rotation of the front right wheel as I pushed it down the aisles. Cereal, cheap coffee, laundry detergent, a bag of frozen vegetables I would probably forget in the back of the freezer. The usual. The store speakers were doing that thing they always do at night. Top 40 from 3 years ago, turned down just enough that it sounded like it was coming from underwater. Every now and then the music cut out and the PA crackled on. "Associate to self-checkout, please. Associate to self-checkout. Clean up on aisle 12. Clean up on aisle 12." The cartwheels bumped over a crack in the tile. Somewhere nearby, a kid laughed too loudly, and my shoulders tensed out of habit before my brain told them to relax. I made my way toward the front, following the familiar glow of the checkout lanes. Even at that hour, there was still a line. People bunched up in clumps near the regular registers, families, a couple arguing in hushed tones over a brand of cereal. The self-checkout section was a little less crowded. Machines lined up in a row, each with a little island of light around it. The beeping of scanned items created a steady mechanical rhythm. Beep. Beep. Beep, beep. I got in line for one of the regular lanes. The conveyor belt in front of me was slick and black, reflecting the overhead lights. The person ahead of me was unloading sodas and snacks, their items thunking gently onto the rubber. I put my basket down, letting my fingers rest on the handle. The cold from the metal seeped into my palms. I was tired in that bone-deep way that makes everything a little fuzzy around the edges. The warehouse was still in my body, faint ache in my forearms from lifting a phantom echo of forklifts beeping in reverse. The scanners added their own beeps to the noise. I don't know what made me look over at the self-checkout. Maybe it was the way one beep sounded sharper than the others, slightly out of rhythm. Maybe it was nothing. But my eyes drifted sideways past the displays of gum and candy toward the island of self-check machines and the blue glow of their screens. There was a young woman at the far left station under the sign that said, "Card only." She wore the Walmart blue vest over a gray t-shirt, the logo faded slightly. Her hair was blonde, not the bright cheerleader blonde, but a darker shade, pulled back into a low ponytail that brushed between her shoulder blades when she moved. She was scanning items quickly, efficient, her motions smooth and practiced. At first, she was just another employee. Then she turned a little profile lit in the harsh fluorescent wash, and something inside me locked up. I knew that jawline. It was sharper now, older, but the shape was the same. The angle where it met her neck, the slight point to her chin, the line of her nose, the way her eyes slanted just a bit at the corners. My brain did that weird double exposure thing, her face now overlaying the smaller version I had last seen, framed by a second-story window, by a kitchen table, by the glow of a stupid star-shaped nightlight. Lily. Older. Thinner. The roundness of childhood gone. Her features had settled into something more defined, more adult, but the core was the same. The expression, especially the small, almost not there smirk at the corner of her mouth as she scanned a six-pack of something and set it aside. For a second, my body thought I was standing in their kitchen again. Smell of cheap tomato sauce, overhead light shining on cheese, their eyes on me. I blinked hard, but she didn't disappear. She finished with the first customer, nodded mechanically as they left. Her eyes flicked up, scanning the area, taking in the rest of the self-check, the cluster of late-night shoppers, the glow of the exits. They passed over me once, slid away, then came back. It wasn't dramatic. No movie-style slow zoom. Just her gaze landing on me and stopping for half a beat longer than it should have. Recognition is a strange feeling when you haven't seen someone in nearly a decade. It's less like a sudden thought, and more like a memory your body has been keeping without your permission. Her gaze sharpened by a fraction. That was all. No wide eyes, no startled step back. The beeps of the scanners went on around us, even insistent. Someone laughed near the customer service desk. The PA crackled manager to aisle 17, and in the middle of all that noise, I watched the corner of Lily's mouth curve up. It was not a friendly smile. It was not exactly unfriendly either. It was a small, controlled motion, the same way it had been when she'd said, "We wanted to see if you'd notice." The same way it had been when she'd whispered about the first babysitter on the stairs. Her eyes did not widen. They did not soften. They just watched me while that half-smile formed, held then smoothed away as she turned back to the self-check screen. The skin on the back of my neck prickled. My heartbeat, which had been slow and steady a minute ago, picked up speed, each pulse too loud in my ears. The fluorescent lights seemed to hum louder, their buzz merging with the rhythm of the scanner beeps and the low whoosh of the store AC. The line in front of me moved. The person ahead pushed their cart forward. I didn't. I couldn't seem to convince my feet to do anything but stay rooted to the spot. Lily finished her transaction, bagged the last item with a plastic crinkle, and stepped away from the machine. She took a barcode scanner from its cradle on the side of the lane, one of those handheld ones on a coiled cord, and started toward the next cluster of customers. To get there, she had to walk past my lane. I told myself I was being ridiculous, that she probably didn't recognize me at all. I was taller, older, my hair different. My face changed the way faces do over years. To her, I was likely just another tired night shopper. But as she drew closer, the beeping and the overhead announcements and the rolling of carts all blurred into one long background smear of sound. My focus tunneled to the click of her shoes on the tile, the swish of her vest fabric, the way she adjusted the scanner cord in her hand. She passed behind the woman in front of me, angling between lanes. For one heartbeat, she was directly at my side. She turned her head just slightly. Our eyes met at arm's length, not across a cul-de-sac, not through a baby monitor camera, but under bright retail lights with strangers all around. "Find everything okay tonight," she said, voice even the standard line. The words were directed at the space, in general no name attached. If anyone had been listening, they would have heard it as nothing but customer service. But underneath the practiced tone, something else curled, a hint of amusement maybe. Or maybe my brain was projecting. "Yes," I managed. My throat felt tight. "Yeah." Her gaze held mine for half a second longer than necessary. Then the corner of her mouth twitched up again in that ghost of a smile, just a millimeter, like a private joke flickering at the edge of her lips. Then she was moving past, the faint scent of cheap soap and store air freshener trailing behind her. I stood there, heart thudding, watching her blue vest recede into the glow of the self-checkout area. The scanner in her hand beeped as she helped an older man with his items. The PA announced another cleanup. The world kept spinning. It was only when something slipped from my fingers and hit the floor that I realized my grip had gone numb. The jar of pasta sauce I'd been holding clattered against the tile, loud in a way that felt disproportionate to its actual impact. The sound cracked through the aisle like a dropped plate at a quiet dinner. "Whoa, you okay, man?" the guy behind me asked. His cart bumped gently against my calf. I flinched. "Yeah," I said quickly, bending down to grab the jar. Miraculously, it hadn't broken. Just rolled a little, leaving a thin, shimmering trail where the condensation from the refrigerated section had smeared on the floor. "Long day," I added, forcing a laugh that sounded fake even to me. "Tell me about it," he said, already looking back at his phone. The line moved again. I loaded my stuff onto the belt mechanically. The cashier at my lane was a bored-looking woman in her 30s, scanning items with the flat expression of someone whose body was at work, while her mind was somewhere else. Each beep as she passed something over the scanner felt too sharp, too pointed. Cereal, beep. Detergent, beep. Milk, beep. Then she grabbed the frozen pizza. It was the same brand Brad and Melissa had always bought. The same blue and red logo, the same photo of a perfectly baked circle with 2 even pepperoni slices. It was one of a dozen options in the freezer case, and I had grabbed it without thinking, the way habit always wins over conscious choice when you're exhausted. The cashier flipped it over, looking for the barcode. The box passed under the scanner with a familiar electronic chirp. That wasn't what made my stomach lurch. What did it was the bright yellow sticker slapped across one corner of the box. A promotional thing, some marketing department's idea of clever copy. In bold, cheerful letters, it said, "First bites on us." The exclamation point had a tiny slice of pizza instead of a dot. Friendly. Fun. My hand closed around the edge of the counter a little harder. $2.97, the cashier said, not noticing my face. "You want it in a bag? Or just like this?" I couldn't take my eyes off the sticker. "First bites on us." Under the fluorescent lights, the letters seemed too bright, like they'd been printed just for me. Like someone somewhere was still playing. I swallowed. "Bag, please," I said, voice a little hoarse. She slid the box into plastic with the rest of my stuff. The bag rustled. Another beep. Another total. By the time I walked out into the night through the automatic doors into the damp parking lot smell of exhaust and wet pavement, my heart had mostly slowed, and the rational part of my brain had pulled itself back together. "You just saw someone who looked like her," it said. "You're tired. You're making patterns where there aren't any. The sticker is a coincidence. Companies write stupid phrases all the time. Maybe that was true. Maybe every piece of it was explainable if you pulled it apart and assigned it enough normal words. But as I pushed my cart across the lot wheels clacking over the seams in the concrete, I couldn't shake the feeling that the game I'd walked out of as a teenager hadn't ended. It had just moved to different aisles, different buildings, different rules. And whether or not Lily recognized me in that moment, whether or not the email and the sticker and the news story were connected, one thing felt horribly, undeniably clear: I might have left the cul-de-sac behind. But the part of me that sat at their kitchen table holding a slice of pizza under the light while two kids watched and waited had never really gotten up from that chair. 7.1. Writing this for you. Right now, it is 2:41 in the morning. The only light in my apartment is the rectangle from my laptop on the kitchen table and the weak glow from the microwave clock over the stove. Everything else is shadows and outlines the fridge against the wall, the sink, the 3 mismatched chairs I inherited from old roommates. The AC in the wall unit hums in a low, steady way, pushing lukewarm air across the room. Every few minutes, it makes a little clicking sound, like it is thinking about quitting and then decides not to. The fridge is louder compressor rattling every so often, adding its own layer to the soundtrack. And under all of that, there is the sound of my own fingers hitting the keys. I am not writing this for the police. If I thought this was a crime they could fix, or even one they would bother to write down, I would be talking to them instead of typing this at a wobbly kitchen table. I am writing this for whoever is listening to a horror story right now, with their headphones in their room, dark, their own fridge humming, pretending that none of it has anything to do with them. I used to be one of you. I still am. A digital clock sits at the edge of my vision, red numbers fixed at 2:41. It was stuck on that time in a true crime story I watched once, and when I saw it glowing on the shelf at Walmart for cheap, I picked it up without thinking. It keeps time fine. But that number always feels like a bad joke when it rolls around. I tap the space bar with my thumb. Watch the cursor blink and try to line everything up in my head. I have never told this whole story out loud. Not to my mother, who still thinks I just outgrew babysitting. Not to my brother, who only knows the glass part and assumes that was the worst of it. Not to any therapist, not to any girlfriend, not to any friend drunk enough to share secrets. Pieces sometimes. Jokes about weird kids. A vague line about a family that made me quit babysitting forever. But nothing like this. It turns out the only way I can stand to put it all in one place is to pretend it is not really mine. To pretend this is just another horror email being read out in a video somewhere, to be paused and commented on and forgotten by morning. So here it is. The summer I started watching other people's kids in a quiet suburb off I-65. The cul-de-sac with the perfect lawns and the porch lights, and the minivan that always backed out the same way. The dental office where my mother worked, where the hum of the AC and the whine of the drill felt safer than anyone's smile. The first drive to their house, the way the neighborhood got quieter, the deeper we went into it. How Brad and Melissa seemed so normal at the door, polo shirts and polite jokes, while their kids lurked halfway up the stairs listening to every word. The baby monitor that caught whispers that did not match the still bodies in their beds. The first mechanical hush in that house, when all the background noise died at once, and I heard footsteps where no one was supposed to be. The plate of pizza with something glittering in the cheese when I lifted it toward my mouth. The smell of the oven. The scrape of the knife on the cutting board. Lily's eyes fixed on my face as she said, "We're waiting for you to take the first bite." The way my stomach dropped when I saw the edges of glass catching the overhead light. The bag in the garage trash can that wasn't there 30 minutes later. The way the kids laughed when I yelled low-controlled giggles that did not sound like children losing control, but like little adults enjoying a punchline. On the other side of my thin apartment wall, my upstairs neighbor flushes their toilet. Water rushes through pipes behind the drywall with a hollow rushing sound before fading again. A car passes on the street outside, tires hissing over the pavement. Somewhere a motorcycle revs too loud for the hour. The keys clack under my fingers, a soft, repetitive rhythm. I use the trackpad to scroll back, reread what I just wrote, fix a typo, keep going. Each little click of the pad is a tiny punctuation mark in the dark. I think about the purple binder I found under their cabinet labeled babysitter games in careful block letters. The page that said game ideas and listed, make them eat something, see if they scream, see if they tell. The stick figures drawn in marker, one of them lying flat with X's for eyes, and the words, first one didn't finish, gouged into the paper. I think about Lily standing in my kitchen, 8 years old, and too calm, asking, did you find our stories? And then whispering, the first babysitter tried to tell. Nobody believed her either. I think about overhearing an assistant at my mom's office talking about weird kids on a cul-de-sac off Old Hickory, about an ambulance that showed up at night with its lights on and siren off, about a deleted comment on a forum where a babysitter described a house that sounded like the same house, a plate, that sounded like the same plate glass, that sounded like the same glass. I think about how easy it was for the world to shrug her off as a drama queen and a liar. How easy it would be to do the same to me. The fridge gives a sudden, sharper clunk as its compressor cycles off. For a couple seconds, the AC is the only big noise, a waterfall of air from the wall. The tiny kitchen fluorescent over the sink makes a small, irregular buzzing sound, and then tack as it flickers, once catching my attention. I pause, fingers hovering over the keys, listening. Down the hall, someone's door opens and closes. Footsteps cross the upstairs floor, muffled adult weight, nothing like the quick, pattering sound of children's feet. A car alarm chirps faintly as someone locks their vehicle. The world keeps doing normal things while I write about the parts that weren't. The oldest part of me, the part that sat at their kitchen table counting beeps and ticks and hisses, keeps waiting for another hush. For all the machines in my current life to agree to go silent at once, to give some other sound room to step forward. It doesn't happen, at least not yet. The fridge kicks back on with a familiar rattle. The AC breathes. My fingers move again, pushing more words into the blank space. I tell you about how I left that house by doing what everyone thinks is normal, saying I got too busy, that I needed to study, that I wanted a real job. How I moved on to warehouses and forklifts and tape guns to a life where kids were just background noise in public spaces I could walk away from. I tell you about the night I saw Lily again, older and in a blue vest under the humming lights of a Walmart self-checkout. How our eyes met for a second, and the corner of her mouth tilted up in that same almost smile. How when a cashier scanned a frozen pizza in front of me, the promotional sticker on it said, "First bites on us." I tell you about the email that showed up in my old inbox with no words, only an attached picture of stick figures and a line that said, "We're waiting for you to take the first bite." I am not asking you to decide if those things are connected. I don't even know if I want to know the answer anymore. Another car passes outside, bass thumping faintly through the glass. Somewhere in the building, a door shuts harder than it needs to. The fluorescent over the stove gives another tiny tack, like a cheap metronome that is slowly losing time. I sit here in this small kitchen, typing to the sound of my own keyboard, and the systems that keep this place livable. I am not in that cul-de-sac anymore. I am not 16, standing in a hallway under an attic hatch, listening for footsteps that no one else hears. But if you strip away the dates and the streets and the job titles, What I am doing is the same thing the first babysitter did. I am telling strangers on the internet, because the people who were supposed to believe me never really asked. 7.2. The silence in my own kitchen. By the time I got to the part about the pizza and the glass, my fingers were moving on autopilot. I had written most of it out earlier in my head, standing in warehouse aisles, driving home with the radio low, zoning out in grocery lines. Now I was just trying to catch up, to get the words onto the screen before they slipped away again and turned back into fog. The apartment felt smaller somehow. The laptop's glow made the kitchen table look like an island in a dark sea, cheap wood grain illuminated in a circle. Everything beyond it fading into shadow. The microwave clock over the stove still read 2-4-something, the last digit flickering as it thought about rolling over. My fingers hit the keys, line after line. I lifted the slice toward my face. Under the kitchen light, I saw the edge of something clear, catching the shine like ice, but too sharp. The fridge behind me hummed steadily, a familiar low vibration against the wall. The AC pushed air through the vent with a constant, breathy rush. Outside, a car passed on the street, bass thumping faint and distant through the glass. I typed the sentence about Lily watching me. They didn't look at their own plates. They watched mine. They watched my mouth. And right then, my apartment decided to remember what silence could do. The compressor in the fridge shut off with a soft clunk. A second later, the AC fan in the wall unit wound down its whir, dropping in pitch before stopping completely. The rush of air vanished. Outside, as if on cue, the street went dead. No cars, no footsteps on the stairs, no muffled music from the neighbor's TV. The sound that remained was so thin, it barely counted as sound. The faint whine of the laptop fan and the tiny plastic tap-tap of my keys as I realized what had happened. And froze. Mechanical hush. It was the same kind of quiet I remembered from their house, the one that felt like someone had turned a knob and dialed down the whole world. My fingers stopped on the home row. For a moment, the only real noise left in the room was the thudding of my own heartbeat in my ears. I hadn't moved yet. The cursor still blinked at the end of "They watched my mouth, waiting for whatever came next." In that hush, even the smallest sound picked up shape. From behind my left shoulder by the sink, something went tick. Just once. High and clean. The tiny, unmistakable sound of glass touching metal. It wasn't loud. It was gentle, the kind of sound you'd never notice in a room full of normal noise. But in that strangled silence, it landed like a dropped pin in an empty church. My whole body went rigid. I stared at the screen for one heartbeat, two feeling my pulse slam against the inside of my neck. Then the chair scraped too loud against the laminate as I shoved it back and stood up. The noise of the chair legs dragging across the floor sounded wrong in the hush. Too big, too alive. My knees bumped the underside of the table, making the laptop tremble slightly. The trackpad clicked as my finger brushed it, the cursor jumping across the screen. I turned toward the sink. The overhead light by the stove flickered once a tiny tack as the fluorescent bulb adjusted to nothing in particular. The sink itself was just a metal basin with a few stray water spots around the drain, the faucet high and curved over it. And in the basin, there was a glass. A single drinking glass, clear, thick-bottomed like the ones I rarely used because I mostly drank straight from water bottles or cans. It sat just off-center under the faucet, a ring of droplets around it in the steel. A few beads of water clung to its rim, catching the laptop glow from behind me and turning into small halos. I knew with the same weird bodily certainty, you know what shirt you put on this morning, that before I sat down to write, I had put that glass away. I could picture it bottom shelf of the cabinet to the right, 2 glasses in front, 2 in back. I hadn't touched them. I had grabbed a can from the fridge instead, popped it drunk, half set it down next to the laptop where it still sat, now sweating into a faint ring on the wood. I hadn't washed a glass. I hadn't rinsed a glass. I definitely hadn't put one in the sink. A drop of water slid from the rim down the bare inside of the glass, making a tiny, almost inaudible tick as it hit the metal bottom and spread. I swallowed. You forgot, I told myself out loud, whisper low. You rinsed it and forgot. The hiss in my skull made it sound unconvincing even to me. It was the obvious explanation. Maybe I had pulled the glass out earlier meaning to drink from it, then changed my mind. Maybe I had rinsed it and set it down, and then gotten lost in the writing and the hours and the noise of my own head. Maybe. Behind me, the laptop fan bumped up a notch, whirring a little harder, as if it too had noticed something was off. I stepped closer to the sink. The glass really was just a glass. No cracks, no chips, no lipstick smears, no weird residue. I picked it up by the rim, turned it in my fingers, felt the slight slickness of leftover water on my skin. It clinked lightly against the edge of the basin when I set it back down. The fridge chose that moment to kick back on. The compressor came alive with a cough and a rattle flooding the room with its familiar low drone. A moment after that, the AC unit in the wall thrummed and started blowing again, late-night cold air spilling out. Somewhere outside, a car drove past tires, whispering over the pavement. The hush popped like a bubble. It's nothing, I said quietly to the glass, to myself, to the empty apartment. You're tired. You're writing about it, so you're hearing things. I dried my damp fingers on my jeans and went back to the table. The chair legs squeaked on the floor again as I pulled it in. The laptop screen had dimmed slightly. I jiggled the mouse to wake it fully, the cursor flickering back to life at the sentence about the glittering cheese. My phone buzzed against the wood. The vibration was sudden and close, a shuddering rattle that made the can next to it jump and shift. For some reason, that startled me more than the glass had. My hand shot out automatically, more to stop the noise than to answer. Unknown number. Just 10 digits, no name. Not a city code I recognized off the top of my head, though that didn't mean much. I had moved around enough and given this number to enough job applications that half the country could probably text me at this point. My thumb hovered over the screen. The preview showed a single line. Do you still check your food before you eat it? My heart did that thing where it seemed to stop and then restart too hard, a painful kick in my chest. The words looked normal enough, black font on a gray bubble in the notification pop-up. No emojis, no punctuation beyond the question mark. The kind of line you could imagine a friend sending as a joke after watching a cooking show. Except the only people who knew to ask me that question in exactly that way were either related to me or 8 years old the last time I saw them. The phone kept buzzing in my hand, the tail end of the vibration humming against my palm. I opened the message. No previous thread. No hi, no context, just that one question staring back at me. Do you still check your food before you eat it? I didn't respond. Instead, I looked past the phone, past the laptop, toward the fridge. Its door was closed, the hum steady. I could picture what was inside without opening it, a box of leftover takeout, with the lid already peeled back from where I'd checked it earlier. A plastic clamshell of supermarket sushi I'd stood under the store lights, turning back and forth, looking for anything that didn't belong. A frozen pizza pressed flat behind a bag of ice with its cardboard opened, and the plastic sleeve inside already slit from where I had inspected the toppings. I thought about my pantry too. The cereal box folded, but not completely sealed because I'd torn the inner bag open to peek at the flakes. The jar of peanut butter with its foil seal peeled back entirely, not just punctured. Every container in my life had a little scar where I'd checked just to be sure. Of course, I still checked my food before I ate it. At some point over the years, it had stopped feeling like a habit and instead had become a reflex. I didn't even think about it anymore. At restaurants, I cut into things and looked without making a fuss. At home, I broke, peeled, opened, poked, rearranged. Somewhere between the cul-de-sac and this kitchen, what had started as survival had turned into ritual. The phone screen dimmed, then went dark. The message bubble shrank back into the notification bar, leaving my reflection faintly visible in the black glass, just my eyes and part of my nose warped by the curve. I tapped the number, pulled up the info. No contact name, no photo. The number was from a different state than Tennessee, at least according to the tiny text under it. It didn't tell me anything else. I tried dropping it into a search bar on my laptop. Nothing solid came back. Random forum posts, a blank LinkedIn, could have been anyone, could have been fake. I told myself it was a wrong number, that somebody was texting the wrong person at 2-something in the morning with an inside joke, that it was a coincidence. Maybe it was. But my eyes kept flicking back to that line on the screen. Do you still check your food before you eat it? Behind me, the fridge hummed on. The AC blew. The fluorescent over the stove ticked once, then went quiet. When I shifted, my chair legs squealed faintly against the floor. I set the phone down face down on the table, the case making a dull, final little thud. The vibration motor rattled once more against the wood as a follow-up text came through, then stopped. I did not flip it over to see if there was a second message. Instead, I put my hands back on the keyboard cursor, blinking at the end of the sentence about the glittering glass in the pizza, and wrote the next line. I only noticed because I looked closely enough before I took that first bite. Underneath the words, under the layers of normal kitchen noise, a thought I didn't want to put into the story sat heavy. Maybe the only difference between me and the first babysitter and the girl on the true crime show, and whoever else never got to finish their stories, is that for some reason, when the world told me not to be paranoid, I checked anyway. 7.3, the last non-bite and cold ending. By the time I get here, the document looks like something someone else has written. 7 chapters of my life flattened into paragraphs and line breaks on a glowing screen. The scroll bar is small now, a little gray rectangle that shows how much I've poured out. My fingers ache in that dull way you only notice when you stop typing for a second. The clock on the stove says 3:09 a.m. The red digits on the cheap digital clock near the microwave match it, steady and unforgiving. The apartment sounds like itself. AC breathing through the wall unit, fridge humming like it always does. Pipes in the wall clicking occasionally as somebody upstairs uses water. Out on the street, a car rolls past every few minutes, tires hissing on asphalt, bass, low and lazy. I sit back a little, look at the last line I wrote. Maybe the only difference is that for some reason I looked before I took that first bite. That is the heart of it, really. If you were waiting for me to say Lily was a demon or Evan was possessed or their parents were part of some cult, I'm sorry. I do not have that for you. I do not know if anything followed me home besides habits and paranoia. What I do have are kids who planned games around pain, parents who chose not to see it, and a pattern where adults decide what is too evil to fit into their picture of the world. I have a plate of pizza that could have opened my throat from the inside. I have a stranger online who lived through almost the same thing and got told she was making it up for karma. I have the way my hands still shake sometimes when I pull the lid off anything I did not make myself. The keyboard waits under my fingers. The word maybe blinks at me like it is asking if I want to walk it back, soften it, tidy things up. I don't. I start to type the last stretch, what I want you to carry with you when this video ends and you go back to your kitchen, your fridge, your plate. The fridge compressor cuts off. It happens all the time. It's just a machine cycling. But right now, the timing is precise enough to feel scripted. 1 second, it is humming behind me low and constant. The next, it clicks and drops out completely like someone pulled the plug. The AC follows a beat later, winding down into silence. Outside, no cars pass. No doors slam. No upstairs neighbors move furniture or drop shoes or stomp across their floors. The apartment settles into that same narrow kind of quiet that used to fall on their house, like the air is waiting for a sound it already expects. My fingers hover over the keys. I listen. The laptop fan whirs small and close. The cursor blinks, little black bar appearing and vanishing. My heart beats loud enough in my ears that if I were wearing headphones, I'd think it was part of the audio. Then from the front door, there's a sound. Not a knock. Not the scrape of a key in the lock. Just a soft, dull thump like cardboard being set down gently against cheap hallway carpet and hollow apartment wood. The kind of noise you've heard 100 times without thinking about it. Delivery drivers doing their rounds, neighbors getting packages, mundane. In the hush, it feels anything but. I stay in my chair for a few breaths. Part of me wants to pretend I imagined it, keep typing, push through to the end. Another part reminds me that ignoring noises outside doors has never gone well for people in the stories I listen to. The chair legs squeal a little as I stand up. The sound punctures the quiet too loud for such a small movement. My knee bumps the table, the laptop screen shaking a bit, the words blurring for half a second. I walk to the door. Our building is one of those older ones where the front doors all open onto a shared interior hallway. No cameras, no fancy entry system, just a peephole and a deadbolt. I unlock the deadbolt, but only halfway turn the knob. Instead, I lean forward and look through the peephole. The hallway is empty. The fluorescent on the ceiling out there makes a low buzzing sound. A single moth taps against the plastic cover, confused by the light. The door across from mine is closed. No signs of movement. No footsteps, no voices. But right at the bottom edge of my view on the floor in front of my door, I can see the edge of a box. White. Thin. Flat. I pull back. Let the door stay closed for a second. Breath in, breath out. My hand is still on the knob. I can feel my pulse beating in the fingers wrapped around it. It's just food, I tell myself. People mix up units all the time. Maybe someone ordered late-night pizza and the delivery guy hit the wrong floor. Maybe it's supposed to be 3 doors down. The alternative that it is somehow for me from someone who knows how to aim directly at the softest part of my fear isn't something I can afford to look at head-on. I open the door. The hallway lights hit my eyes too bright. For a second, everything is white and washed out. Then the contrast settles, and the box comes into focus. A pizza box. Plain white cardboard, medium-sized. No logo, no brand, no coupon glued to the top. Just a box. The steam vents cut into the lid are closed. There is no smell of food, no warmth coming off it. I glance left, then right. No one. No footsteps nearing the stairwell. No doors closing softly. Just that buzz above, and the way the old building hums when the AC system in the walls decides to take a break. I could leave it there. Step over it, shut the door, pretend I never saw it. But then it will sit in the hallway where anybody can decide it was always mine. And some stupid part of me is curious. I pick it up. It's heavier than an empty box, but not hot. The cardboard is cool against my fingers, faintly greasy on the bottom, like somebody handled it with hands that have been in a kitchen too long. The lid is secured with a little semicircle tab tucked into a slit. Back in the kitchen, I set it down on the table next to the laptop. The screen has gone to sleep. I wake it with a tap. The story pops back up, cursor still blinking at the end of first bite, like it's waiting to see what I'll do. The fridge behind me is still quiet. The AC has not decided to come back on yet. It's just me, the box, the low whisper of the laptop fan. I stare at the box for a full minute. It could be nothing. It could be a mistake. It could be someone's idea of a joke. It could be a coincidence that the plain white lid, the size, the timing, all echo a life I keep insisting is behind me. Or it could be exactly what it looks like, a setup. My fingers find the edge of the lid. I lift it. Inside there's a pizza, not steaming, not fresh. Cold the way you can tell by how the cheese looks dull, not glossy. It's not cut. Just a whole circle of dough and sauce and a thin scatter of cheese, maybe a dusting of something that's supposed to be herbs. Cheap. Right in the center of it, someone has laid a folded square of paper. I don't touch the pizza. I slide my hand under the lid and pinch the corner of the paper between my fingernails, careful not to brush the surface of the food. The paper is the kind you tear from a notepad. Perforated edge on one side, faint blue lines, a corner bent. The writing on it is thick and uneven, like someone used a blunt marker and didn't care if the ink bled. We don't have to be kids to play. That's all it says. No name, no smiley face, no threat. Just that sentence sitting in my kitchen on top of a pizza I didn't order. For a second, all I can hear is the blood in my ears. Then the fluorescent over the stove ticks once, a tiny tack, as if it's laughing and trying not to. I don't check the toppings more closely. I don't break the cheese to look for glittering edges. I don't even bother to smell it. Instead, I snap the lid shut. The cardboard makes a flat final sound as it closes. I grab a trash bag from under the sink, open it with a crackle. Slide the whole box inside, note and all. The bag stretches around the corners, plastic whining. I tie it shut in 2 quick knots. The door to the hallway opens with the same squeak as before. I carry the bag out. Walk the few steps to the metal trash can near the stairs, the kind they put on every floor, because nobody wants to walk down to the dumpster at 3 a.m. and drop it in. The muffled thud as it lands on other bags in the dark sounds smaller than everything it contains. Back inside, I lock the door. The apartment feels different. Not haunted, exactly. Just aware. I sit back down in front of the laptop. The last paragraph I wrote stares back at me, waiting to see if I will blink first. My fingers find the keys again. I do not write about the box. Not for this story. Maybe not ever. If you've listened this far, you already know enough to fill in the blanks with whatever scares you most. Instead, I write the last line. The scariest part is not that they tried to make me bleed. It's how easy it would have been to take that first bite without looking. I read it once, twice. Then, I move the cursor up to the top of the document, highlight the title, make sure my fake name is the only one that appears, and scroll down to the bottom again. My hand is steady as I hit Ctrl+A, Ctrl+C, copy, paste into the email draft I opened earlier, addressed to a horror channel I've never met, but feel like I know. Subject line, babysitter story, use fake name, please. The body fills with everything I've just dragged back into the light. Thousands of words compressed into one screen, then another, as I scroll through it one last time, half hoping I find a reason not to send it. There isn't one. I move the cursor to the send button. The fridge clicks off again. The AC pauses. Outside, the street goes quiet. The hush lands so neatly it's almost funny. I click send. For a half second, nothing happens. Then the little spinning icon appears. The screen pauses and a small notification pops up, message sent. In that exact slice of silence from the direction of the sink or the fridge or maybe just my own skull, something whispers. It is not loud. It is not clear. It could be the scrape of a pipe, the shift of metal cooling, the echo of someone on a different floor. It sounds like a voice. We're still waiting. Just 3 words, too soft to swear to in court. Too clear for me to ever fully forget. The fridge roars back to life. The AC exhales cold air. A car goes by outside its tires, spitting gravel music, leaking out of half-open windows. The laptop sits in front of me, calm, blank. But for the small confirmation, your message has been sent. I do not move for a long time. Somewhere out there, maybe in another cramped kitchen, or a quiet bedroom, or a parked car, someone will hit play on a video and hear my story in a stranger's voice. They will listen while eating noodles over the sink, or cold leftovers in front of their TV, or a slice of something they grabbed from the freezer because it was easy. They'll hear about glass and rules and games and kids and not being believed. They'll probably roll their eyes at parts, or type a comment about how I must be making it up, or close the app and forget it before morning. Some of them will pause for a second at the line about the first bite. Most of them won't. They'll raise the fork or the slice or the spoon to their mouths, eyes still on the screen, on the story, on anything but the thing in their hands. They'll take that first bite without looking down.